Hello everyone, welcome to my full Python course. In this course, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know to get started with Python. This course is designed to take you from beginner's level to advanced level feature. This is going to assume that you are a complete beginner, you have no knowledge of programming. This course is actually a couple of videos that I've created over the past few months, and it comprises of series that is going to let you ease your coding interviews and also going to be helpful in projects you're going to be working on. So without further ado, let's get started. So open your browser and head to this URL, which is python.org. Here we're going to be installing the Python IDE and also this jetbrains.com/pysham/downloads. Don't worry, the link will be in the description below. Now let's go back to python.org and click on this download button, and after clicking on that, click on your operating system. I'm using Windows operating system, so I'm going to be clicking on Windows. Then after that, we're going to be using this latest Python 3 release. Don't worry, all what I'm going to be doing in this course will work for Python 3.7 and above. So let's click on this. Then after that, you scroll down. Then I'm going to be installing this 64-bit version, which is my operating system architecture. If you're using a 32-bit operating system, I expect you to be using a 64-bit if you want to be a better programmer. If you want to start creating stuff, you see this recommended there, which is this description. So it's really great to be using a 64-bit operating system. So let's install this. This is just 27 megabyte. Now let's go to this jetbrains.org. That is .com, not .org. So yes, select your operating system. If you are using a Macintosh operating system or Linux, just select. I'm using Windows. I'm gonna be downloading this community edition, since we're only gonna be working with console application, not a very big project. So let's download this by clicking on this download button. I've already downloaded mine. Just click on the download button. Now let's install the softwares. So the download is successfully completed. The first one that we're going to be installing is this Python 3.10.0 because that is the interpreter. So let's install this. When you click on enter, this is going to pop up this tab. Then I want you to check this add Python 3.10 to path. Then after that, click on this customize installation. Just leave everything here out. You need a documentation, of course, and also you need a pip. You don't know what that is now, so let's just continue with this. I don't want to go too far. Then just click on install like this. I think you should check this debugging symbols. It's really great. Now click on install. Now the installation in progress. So I think I'm gonna pause this video. So we got this option, setup was successful. So to check if setup was really successful, just click on this close. Then after that, click on this Windows button and search for CMD like this. Then after searching for CMD, type Python -V to check the version of your Python. I'm using Python 3.1.0. Now we got this successful. When you run Python, if you get something like this, it means that you've already installed Python successfully on your machine. Now let's exit. Now exit CMD like this. Now the next thing that we're going to be installing is PySham. I'm going to be using PySham throughout this course because of its intelligence. You don't know what that is, but it's like a code suggestion. So let's just install PyCharm. You're going to understand everything as we're going through this course. Now click on next. Now here we're going to be adding bin folder to path. Add. Now this create association.py. It means that every .py file on your PC you're going to be open with PyCharm. So add open folder as project. Yeah, you should also check this. Also create a desktop shortcut. Just check everything. Yeah. Now click on next. Install. Now we're installing PyCharm Community Edition. Now I'm gonna pause this recording. So the setup was successful for PyCharm also. Now this is asking for us to reboot. Yeah, you should click on reboot now there. But here I'm going to be clicking on I want to manually reboot later because to be able to save my recordings. So let me click on finish. Here you should click on reboot now. So you guys have successfully rebooted your PC, and all you need to do now is just to click on this PyCharm icon on your desktop. Then that is going to load. Then we have this option which is config or installation directory. Yeah, I'm not gonna be importing any settings, so just click on OK. We don't have any settings, so this is going to load. I guess it's gonna take some time. Let's just leave it, or maybe let me pause this recording. I guess now we have this tab opened. We have new project open, get from VCS. So we do not need this. Let me just go to customize first, and let's check some things here. You can probably change your themes. You can change this to IntelliJ Light. So let's just leave it to Darkola, or what is it called? This IDE font, Integrated Development Environment. That is the full meaning of IDE. And here you can just leave it at your size. So let me give this 16 for you guys to see what I'm going to be typing inside this. Well, I don't think I'll be changing this here. Let's load this first. Now let's create a new project by clicking on this plus button. Now we have this tab opened. Here we can name the name of our project. Let's just give it introduction to Python, and you can select the directory which to save this. Let me just leave it at that location. So let's just leave it like this. And this is checked. There are already new environments using virtual env, and this base interpreter, that is what the first Python IDE that we installed, which is this Python IDE shell. So that is what it does. It's gonna help us to run our Python code in PyCharm. So it's an interpreter. So after that, just click on this create button to create a new project in PyCharm. Now this is going to load. It's gonna take some time, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna take some time because this is the first time. Let's close this tip. Now finally loaded. Now we have this main that I created. By default, that is checked when we're writing our project. Now we have, this is a comment in Python. Don't worry, we're going to be talking about all these things in future course. Just click on got it. Now let's clear all these things and start to write Python code, like starting from the beginning. So to run Python code, we have a function. We want to get something out of the screen, right? So we have a function which is a print function like this. Then this print two parentheses. This is not going to run now because this is still loading. After updating all these things, this is going to change its color. Yeah, probably I just said it. Now we have print with parentheses. which is a print function, then the text can just go here. So let's print hello world like this. So let's run this Python code by clicking on this play button. Now we got hello world outside of this code. So we got this hello world inside our interpreter. So we're gonna also print something like print 5 like this. So let me run this code. My output is 5. We can give it a tab by using an escape character \t. This is gonna give it a tab. Hello world with, I think this is 5 spaces or 4 spaces world. So that is a tab. We can do this also, print using two quotation or single. You can use double or single. So let's get this hello world. So this \n means new line and this t means tab. So if I should run this code, I'm gonna get hello then world. So I'm getting the world at a new line. Don't worry, we're gonna be working more with all these things in future. This is just an introduction. The next course is that we're going to be working with variables and data types. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. To create a variable in Python, we are going to be using the assignment operator in Python, which is equal to in mathematics. So if we say that a is equals to 5, it means that we've set this variable is equals to the value 5. Now, if we print a using the print function, print a. Now, to run your code in Python, you're going to be clicking on this play button. So if we click on this play button, we got the IPython, which is not this a. So to change the file, this is in the main file. To change the file, the data types on variable file is not here. Just right click on this file and click on run data types and variable. Now the output is 5. It means that we've set this variable a is equals to 5. So this is the value given to the variable, which is the data type, and also this is the variable name, which is a. So if we say that name is equals to Bob like this, print name. Now run your Python code. Now the output is 5 and Bob. It means that we've set this name to Bob, which is the value and the data type. Now let me check something. This is a is equals to 5. If you print type a like this, the output is class integer because 5 is an integer. If we print type name, now the output is class string because this Bob is a string. Now let me see that b is equals to 6. So if I print b like this, the output is 6 because b is equals to 6. But looking at this variable, is it a string or an integer? B is equals to 6. Now to check if b is a string or an integer, print type b. So if you run your Python code here, now this is a class string. So what Python is telling us that any variable or any value that has this double quotation mark or a single quotation mark, as long as it is a quotation mark, it means that it is a string. So if you want to change this b to an integer, you can just set another variable, which is b is equals to integer b, like this. So it means that the new b is equals to integer this b. So if you print b now, we are going to get 6, and also it has changed to an integer. So what Python is trying to tell us that this Python is an interpreter language. It interprets code step by step. So we've set that b is equals to 6, and we reset the b that b is an integer b. So from this name now, if we say that name is equals to integer name and print type name and also print name, from this code we are going to get an error because this is not a number. Now let's run the code. Now the output is value error, which is invalid literal for integer with base 10 bob. So it means that it cannot convert this bob to an integer. That is just it for a variable. Let's move on in variable. Now if we say that c is equals to 5.5, like this, print c. We are going to get now this is process finished with exit code 1. It means that we have one error that we need to fix. So from this now, I have to clear this for it to run the code under it. Now let me run this code. Now I get 5.5. Now print type c. The output is class float. So this number is a float. It's not an integer. So since it is 5.5, we have so many floats. We have 5.5, 6.5, any number with a decimal value in mathematics. But in programming, it is called float, or in other programming, they are double. I'm not going to be talking about that now because Python doesn't add double and float, but they have a range of number that they can store. Now let's begin with this Python code. So if we say that a is equals to b and b is equals to 7, is equals to 6. So if we print a, if we print b, like this. Now let's run this Python code. Now the output is 6, 6. It means that a is equals to b and b is equals to 6. And that is just it for variable. It runs code step by step. Also, if you change this, a is equals to b and b is equals to 7. So it means that since this b is equals to 7 and we've set a is equals to b, it means that a is equals to 7 and also b is equals to 7. You can also make this a and b a one-liner code by erasing this a, this b, then put a comma inside this print function. So this is print a comma b. So if you run this code now, we are going to get 7, 7, which is just the same thing as the other one that we print. That one is just a new line, but you don't actually need that now. We are going to be doing that in future course. Now the next thing that we are going to be doing is how to name a variable. You can't just name a variable like a, b, c, d, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let me put that into code. Now we have different way of naming a variable. If we say that 1, 2, 3 f is equals to Bob, and we try to print 1, 2, 3 f, like this. Now print this code. We're going to get a syntax error, invalid decimal literal. It means that a number can't begin a variable. It will cause error. But this underscore can begin a variable like this. So if we read this and print this code, we are going to get Bob. So also, if you name your variable as capital letter F, which is uppercase F, is equals to 6, then print F like this. We are going to get an error says name error, name F is not defined. So Python also treats case sensitive. So this is lowercase f and our variable is uppercase F. So if we use lowercase f here, we are not going to get this. So we have to use the exact letter that we used to set the variable. So if I change this to uppercase F, then print this, I'm going to get 6, which is this 6. So just change this back to 6 or leave it in a string, which is 6, and put an integer here like this. So this is just the same thing as saying that F is just an ordinary 6 like that in Python. So you can also see that age is equals to 17. That is my age. And if we see that underscore age is equals to 18, age is equals to 19. So let's print this step by step. Print age, print underscore age, print age like this. So we got 17, 18, 19. It means that this variable name is valid. So you can name a variable like this in Python. So just like this now, since this is uppercase A, we have a lowercase a here. If Python doesn't treat case sensitive, this this lowercase age should work for this. So if we change this uppercase A to lowercase a, what do you think the output will be? We are going to get an error because Python is an interpreter language. We set this age under this name age, so Python is not going to recognize this age. So if we run this code now, so let me just run this code, we got a name error, name age is not defined, and Python doesn't even print anything that is under it because it is interpreter language. It won't print anything under it, so it will execute step by step, and that is just it. So if I move this age, move it here, then print age, I am going to get 19 and 18, 19. So this is it. So this age, this is it here. This underscore age, uppercase underscore uppercase age, and so this is age, and also this print age, and this is the age. So let me just edit this back. Print age, and this is uppercase age. So you can also let your variable to be in uppercase all through. So you can just say that age is equals to 16 like this. Then print age like this. Now this is the output. We got 16 just like that. We are having one which is 19, so we have to clear this back already. Now we are going to get 16. Now let's go to Boolean, which is true or false. So that is the only two values that Boolean has, which is true or false. So if it is raining, we can say that it's raining like this. Is raining is equals to false because rain is not falling. So if you print is raining like this, we are going to get false because we've set is raining is equals to false. And note that this false, it is uppercase F. So if we use lowercase f, it's not going to change color. It means that that is incorrect. Like this, we get name error, false is not defined. It means that we can just say that false is equals to false like this, and true is equals to true. So it's raining is not gonna work now because we've edited this false. Now this is name error, is raining is not defined. So if I change this to false and this isn't true like this, so run the Python code and we are going to get false and true, and that is it for Boolean. We are going to be working with Boolean by just saying that this is 5 is less than 6. So print this. We are going to get true because 5 is less than 6. But I'm not gonna be moving forward with this now. This is future calls. This is working with numbers. So let me just clear that off and move on with working with variables and data types. Now, the next one that we're going to be talking in variable is we are going to be working with complex now. For the mathematicians that want to use Python to manipulate data or analyze data. So now we can just see that complex, comp, we can short it, then the complex like this, two parentheses. So this is the first one is the real number, which is the suggestion here that Python is bringing. The real number, so we can call the real number 3, then comma. This is 3, comma. Then the space here is the imaginary number, so we can call our imaginary number as 5. So if you print comp like this as short form of complex, we are going to get 3 plus 5j, which is 3 plus 5 root negative 1. That is it. So to print the imaginary number only or the real number, or to print the conjugate, so you're going to be using the method. So print comp dot conjugate like this. So this is a method as it returns something to the screen. So we are using the print function like this. So the conjugate of this complex 3 plus 5j, which is equals to 3 minus 5j, that is the conjugate of this. So if we print comp like this, comp dot imaginary number, which is imag, so run this Python code, we got 5.0, which is the imaginary number. This is 5. So to print the real part, we are going to type print comp.real like this. Now the output is 3, and that is it for variable in Python. So in the next Python course, we are going to be working with comment in Python. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys in my next video. Now, before I get started, let me first define what a comment is. A comment is just a piece of text placed within a program to help users to understand it. So let me give an example of a comment. To define a comment in Python, you're going to be using an hashtag. That is an inline comment. So if you put hashtag, this is a comment like this. So if you run this Python code, you're not gonna get anything because this is just a comment. So it won't show in our interpreter. So if I say that print hello world like this, so I can just add a comment in front of it like this program print hello world to the screen. So if I run my program, I'm going to get hello world, which I'm not going to be getting this program print hello world to the screen. So that is just what a comment is. You can define a comment anywhere inside a code as long as it's not inside a function. So to define a block comment, you're going to be using this quotation mark like this, triple quotation mark. So we can just see that this is a block comment like this. So let's run this Python code. The output is still hello world because this is a block comment. So which is not going to show in our Python code. And that is just for comment. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. So to begin to work with input in Python, we are going to be using the keyword input in Python. So which is an input like this, input, then the two parentheses. So if you run this code now, so let me run this code. So Python is waiting for me to input something to the screen. This is the stop button. So if I should click this, it is going to stop. This is process finished with exit code -1. So if I rerun this code, Python is waiting for me to input something. So if I input 5, so I just get process finished with exit code because I didn't print what is inside the input. So if I should print like this, so Python is waiting for me to input something. So let me input hello like this. So the output is hello. So this is what I input and this is what I get. So you can also set inputs to a variable. So we can say that a is equals to input like this, then print a. So if I run this code, Python is waiting for me to input something. So if I input 5, I'll get 5. So if you want to give your input to a specific thing like this, you want the user to enter something, you can just type a text inside this input like this, inside this parentheses. So run your Python code, we get enter. So Python is waiting for me to input something. So let me just enter a word. Now the output is word. Now looking at this input, this is a is equals to input. So by default, this input is a string. So to change this input to an integer, first let me first print the type of a like this. So I run this Python code. If I should type just gibberish like this, I get class string. So if I should rerun this code and even type a number, I'm going to get a class string. So to change this to an integer, so you are going to add an integer here, which is an integer like this. I've added two integers, so I have to erase. Oh, this is a type. I've actually cleared the input. So a is equals to integer input, enter number, print a, and also print type a. Now let me run this code. So enter number, this is 4. Now the output is 4 and it is a class integer. So assuming we want to convert this degree to Celsius, we want to convert a degree to Celsius like this, and what we did before was just input, and to convert a degree to Celsius you have to multiply this degree by 1.8, then add it plus 32. So print type degree. I'm just wasting my time because this won't work. So enter a number. If I should enter 4, I'm getting type error, can't multiply sequence by non-integer of type float. So to do this, you have to convert this to float. Why do I type float? Because this is 1.8, so you have to convert this to float. And also the user can input something like 5.5 or 2.3, 5, all those decimal values. So if I should input 30, so 30 degrees Celsius is equals to 86 degree Fahrenheit, and that is just it. So why I did float was that if I should make this an integer like this, and my input is 5.5, then I run this Python code, I'll get a value error invalid error for integer with base 10, and I input 5.5. So this is the error. Now this is the error actually. So I input an integer, a float, which I use a integer annotation here, integer data type, which is an integer. So I have to convert this to a float like this for it to run. So 5.5, I'm going to get my output as 41.9 because 5.5 multiplied by 1.8 is something, and plus 32 is equals to 49.9. And that is for input. So let me just show you how to swap a variable in Python. The quickest way to swap a variable in Python. So we can see that a is equals to 5 and b is equals to 14. So to swap this variable, you just have to say that a comma b is equals to b comma a. Now let me print something like this. A is equals to a, and b like this, and b is equals to b. So when I run this code, the first input is working. Let me just input 5 and let's see what is going to happen. So I got a is equals to 14, b is equals to 5. What happened here was that I swapped this variable. A is equals to 5, b is equals to 14. So after setting a, this a is now equals to b, then this b is now equals to a. So print a is equals to a, b is equals to b. Since we've swapped it here, so our output will be a is equals to 14, b is equals to 5. So it is now swapped. Now let's move on back to input. To get an input for a complex number, we can see that let's just say that c is equals to, which stands for complex, is equals to complex input like this, input number, then print C like this. So enter number will work first, 54, which is going to convert 54 to a degree Fahrenheit. So this is the next one running now that is waiting for me to input. So let me input 5 and let's see what we're going to get. So the output is 5 plus 0j. So it means that the imaginary part is 0 while this real part is 5. And that is just it for input. So if I just say that input name is equals to input name. So even though you want the user to input a number and you want your output to be a string, so you can just type str like this, which stands for string. So name is equals to string input name. So if I should print name and also type name, so let me run my Python code. The first one that we do run before, which is the degree to Fahrenheit. The second one is for the complex, so it's 78. So the third one is for the name. So let me input my YouTube channel name, which is always appear. So the output is always appear, and this is class string. So if I should say that name plus, let me say that I am name and I am like this now age. So let me create a age variable which is equals to input. Now I'll show you something now in this code. Input age. So I have used an integer here like this. So and I say that and I am plus, which is age, plus years old. Now looking at this code, is this code even correct? Now PyCharm is pointing this out, but let me first run this code. I'll not tell you the error. So let me comment all this Python code up here just to save some time. So I'm going to be using the block comment now, all the way up to this place. Now that is the work of block comment. So when I run this code, it is going to wait for me to input always appear my name. Then the second one will be age, which is 17. So if I input this, I get type error, cannot concatenate string, not integer, to string. So cannot concatenate string plus an integer. That is what the error means. So in this code, we've used a plus and we cannot add an integer plus a string. So in this scenario, I just have to change this integer back to a string. You can either use the normal input or just add a string here like this. But we don't really need this because the default input is just a string. So let's just remove this parentheses. So if I run this code now, name always appear and age is equals to 17. So this is I am always happy and I am 17 years old. So that is what the code does. So in the future video, I'm going to be showing you how to concatenate a string plus an integer. Not really concatenate, but how to use a string with an integer in my next Python course. So that is just for it for input. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys in my next video. Now these are the course objective. We have the addition, which is 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. Subtraction, 2 negative 2 is equals to 0, and the multiplication, to multiply by 2 is equal to 4. Bracket, and this is it, 4 negative 2 multiplied by 2, which is equals to 0. Division, 2 divided by 2 is equal to 1. And also floor, 4 device 3, which is 2 forward slash 3 is equals to 1. Modulo for mod 2 is equals to 0, and the tilde operator, tilde 1 is equals to negative 2, which simply means negative 1, which is equals to negative 2. Exponential function, which is equals to 2 to the power of 2, is equals to 4. Round function, which is equals to round 2.4, which is equals to 2. Now let's put that into code. So let's start with code. If we say that a is equals to 5, then we print a plus 6. Let's run this Python code. The output is 11 because a is equals to 5, and this is 5. 5 plus 6, which is definitely equals to 11. And that is just for addition. You can just try this yourself using Python code. And also subtraction, if we say that b is equals to 11, print 11 minus a. So let's run this Python code. The output is 6 because a is equals to 5, b is equals to 11. So 11 minus a will be equals to 6, which is 11 minus 5 is equals to 6. Now let's move to multiplication, which is this. So let's see that print 5 multiplied by 2, or let's see that a multiplied by 2, since a is equals to 5. So a times 2, which simply means 5 times 2. So let's run this Python code. The output is equals to 10 because a is equals to 5. 5 times 2 is equals to 10. So prime division now. So we can say that a, b is equals to let's say that 12 and 4, like this. So print a divides b. Now let's try and get the output. The output is 3.0 because a is equals to 12, b is equals to 4. So 12 divided by 4 is equals to 3. Now looking at this code, it is giving us floats. So if I'm going to print something like print the type of a divides b, we're gonna get a class float because division always outputs float number no matter what, even though it has no remainder. Like 12 divided by 4 has no remainder, it's just 0 remainder. So that is 3.0. It is always float. So if you want to change this to integer, you can just type integer bracket like this. So when you print this, you're gonna get only 3 like this. So when you set this to a variable, let's see that c is equals to a divides b, like this. So print type of integer c. We've changed c to an integer, so if you print the type of C, of course, we are going to get an integer, which is the class integer. So if you clear off this integer now, like this, to give us the type of C, we are going to get a class float because we didn't change this to an integer, and also division always output float. So looking at this code here, like 8 times 2, print 8 times 2, 5 multiplied by 2, which is equals to 10, like this. So let me clear this off. This type, I want it to input our normal 3.0. So print 8 times 2, which is equals to 5 times 2. The output is just 10. So if you want your output to be float, you can just add float 8 times 2. Now we are going to get 10.0 as our output. Now the output is 10.0. Now that is how Python works. Now let's move to a bracket. Now, talking about bracket, actually Python follows BODMAS or PEMDAS, whatever, but it's follow the rules of mathematics. So if we say that print a multiply by 2 plus 3, like this, then divided by I don't want it to input any large number, so let's just say that divided by 2, divided by 5, and let's try and get the output. The output is 12. Why is the output 12? Now this bracket first, you have to execute what is inside this bracket first. So what is inside this bracket is actually 5. This is a is equals to 12, which is this. We've reassigned a to be equals to 12 here. A is no more 5. Yeah, a is equals to 5. As I've said at my last Python course, I said Python is an interpreter language. It follows code step by step. Now looking at this suggestion here, this is an integer, a is equals to 5. Looking at this here, I don't think it's going to bring it unless let me just pop it here. Now a, which is equals to integer 5, but here a is equals to 12. Now this is 5. Python is going to execute this division first, which is this bracket first, then back to this division. Then Python is going to give us the answer by multiplying or the answer of this operator multiplied by this a. Now let me execute this. 2 plus 3 is equals to 5. 5 divided by 5 is equals to 1. 12 times 1, which is equals to 12.0. But looking at this, is this how Python actually execute the code? Because the output is actually 12.0, which the output should be equals to 12. So it means that Python actually execute this division first. Even though we say that print a multiply by 1.0, we are going to get 12.0, of course. Now the output is 12.0. That is exactly what happened here. So this division actually made it to be equals to 1.0. So let me comment this code in front. So which is equals to 12 multiplied by 5 divided by 5, which is equals to 12. Sorry, I'm actually 12 multiplied by 1, which is equals to 12.0, like this. So this is 1.0. So this is what happened in this Python code. So 5 multiplied by 5 divided by 5. So Python will probably execute what is inside this bracket first. That is the first one. Then divided by this division statement. That is 5 divided by 5, which is equals to 1.0. Then a is equals to 12. 12 times 1.0, which is equals to 12.0. So that is exactly how the program works. Now let's move to division, which is just divisional statement. I think I've just explained this just now. So if we say that division, let's say that 4 divided by 13. So let's bring this Python code. The output is 0.384 all the way up to this 4, yeah. But what if I add something like integer here? What will be the output? Now looking at this code here, this is a float already, but I change this float to an integer. What will be my output? The output is going to be 0, of course. So it is an integer. It is going to round down. Maybe it is 0.5, 0.6. It is always round down, not round up. So that is how integer works. So if I'm going to say that 12 divided by 5, yeah, this is still going to be 2, because let me clear this integer off and let's get the division of 12 divided by 5. So the output is 2.4. So I'm looking for something that will say that if it is let's say that 23 divided by 3, like this. This is 7.66666, which can be round up to 8. But if you're going to put integer here, you are going to get only 7, because we've changed this to an integer. So the output is going to be 7. Python doesn't care what number that is behind the digit, the number of decimal value. Python doesn't really care about that, since you've changed the data type to an integer data type, not a float anymore. So Python is going to round down no matter what. So let's move to floor. Probably this floor actually works just like an integer. So if you see that floor of let's say that 5, floor 1, floor 2, sorry, the output is going to be 2, because 5 divided by 2 is equals to 2.5, but the floor of 2.5 will be equals to 2. So it is always round down. That is how it works. Always round down. So even though you see the 23 that we did earlier, 23 divided by 3, so we want to print the floor of this code. We are going to get 7, as we got here. This is 7 also. So 23 divided by 3 converts to low, but the float, so 7.667, and the floor of 7.667 will be equals to 7. Now let's move to modulo operator. So how this modulo work is that this is, let's say that print 3 mod 2, like this. The output is going to be 1, because 3 divided by 2 is equals to 1, remainder 1. So this remainder is the output. That is how the modulo operator works. So even though we say that print let's find something like 5 mod 3, the output is going to be 2, because 5 divided by 3 is equals to 1, remainder 2, like this. So the output is the remainder. So let's run this Python code. Now we got 1 and 2. So that is how the modulo operator works. So if you want to get the if you want to check if a number is an even number, so you can just say that print let's say that 4 mod 2. So if the output is equals to 0, it means that it is an integer number.
So the remainder will be equals to 0 because 4 divided by 2 is equals to 2, remainder 0. So that is how the modular operator work. So let me just put this here just to make it more better like this. So the output is going to be 0, 1, 2 like that. And let's move to the tilde operator. You're not gonna see this in some Python tutorial videos on YouTube, so I just think of adding it. Maybe they just add it in Python, but if you are using the latest version of Python, like from Python 3.7, you are going to see you're going to be using this tilde operator. So this is how it works. So if you print the tilde of 7, what is actually means is that the tilde of 7, which is this -7, -1. This is how it works. The output will be -8. So this is the output, -8. Print tilde of 4. We are going to get -4, -1, which is equals to -5. So let's run this Python code. -5. What about tilde of 0? What are we going to get? If you are a mathematician, you don't need to worry about this. It is pretty easy. So tilde of 0 will be not even a mathematician. If you are good at basic math, just basic mathematics, it's okay for programming. So the tilde of 0 equals to -0, -1. But in mathematics, there is nothing like a -0. We only have 0 minus 1, which is equals to, we're going to get a -1. Now, let's bring this Python code. The output is -1. This is how the tilde operator works. Now let's move to exponential function. This is how it works. Exponential function. So let's say that print 4 raised to power 2. In Python, you're going to be using this double multiplication sign to for your exponential operator. So 4 raised to power 2 is equals to 16 because 4 multiplied by 4 is equals to 16. Now let's run this Python code. The output is 16. So printing 7 raised to power 3, we're going to get 343. What about print 2 raised to power 100? I just actually press something. 2 raised to power 100. Now let's Python code. Let's get the output. And it's actually, so integer stores larger numbers, but in other programming language, if you're going to execute something like 2 to the power of 100, you're going to use the data type, isn't it, long data type. So in Python, you have to use integer and it's going to print everything like this. So Python is more of is more better. Like Python is very good at analyzing things, calculating things. That is why Python is very good for data science. So if we say that 353 divided by 11, let's get the output. The output is 32.09090909. So it stops at some stage. So if you want to print something like, okay, let me talk about this round function. So in mathematics, from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll probably round down to 0. Then from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, will probably round up to 1. So if I print round of 6.7, now let's run this Python code. We got 7 because this 7 probably changed to 1, which is this one, and add it to 6, which is equals to 7. So if it is something like 6.4, we're going to get 6 because this 4 round down to 0, then 0 plus 6, which is still equals to 6. So if it is something like 6.467, what do you think the output is? Let's try and get it up. The output is equals to 6 because this 4 will round down to 0 and give it to 6. But you might be thinking that this is 7, so this is 6 also. So if this 6 round up, which is equals to 5, then 5 will round up, which is equals to 1. Then 1 plus 6, which is equals to 7. Probably you are very wrong. So this is how Python to calculate things. So these 4. So Python will probably ignore all these number, yeah. Python only care about this. So let's say that 6 or 7, and let's try and get the output. The output is 7 now because this 6 will probably round up to 1. Then 1 plus 6 is equals to 7, and that is how Python executes code. So we will begin with the comparison, assignment, and logical operators. So let me just let's start with the coding of comparison operators. So if we say that x is equals to 5 and y is equals to 14, so we want to compare this number. So we'll have to print like x is equals to 5 like this. So if you want to compare a number in Python, you will use this equal operator, that is to check if x is equals to y. So this is going to return a boolean value which is only true or false. So if I should say that print 5 is greater than sorry, I've set it to a variable already, so I'll have to say that x is greater than y like this. Print y is greater than x. Print let's do it the other way around also. Y is greater than x, and also, so let's say that y is less than x, and let's get all the output. And also print x is not equal to y. Now we also have x is greater than equals to y, or let's say that y is less than equals to x. Now let's try and get the output. Now the first one is print x is equals to y. Looking at this code, of course x is not equals to y. We are comparing, not that we are setting that x is equals to y, but what we are doing in this code, that we are comparing these two numbers by saying that check if x is equals to y. So if x is equals to y, the output is going to be true, but here x is not equals to y because x is equals to 5 and y is equals to 14. So we are going to get false in this first print function here. So let me run this Python program. Now the first one that we get false. Now looking at the second one too, x is greater than y. Of course x is not greater than y because 5 is less than 14. Now this is it. X is greater than y, so the output is going to be false because x is not greater than y. And what about this one? Y is less than x. No, y is not less than x. Y is greater than x. Now this is the code. y is less than x. So this is going to be false. Let me just comment this in front of them. So the output of this is going to be false. This is going to be false. And also this is going to be false. So let's move to the next one. The next one is y is greater than x. Of course, y is greater than x. This is 14 is greater than 5. So this is probably true. And also, what about this? Y is less than x. Is y less than x? No, y is not less than x. We are going to get false. Y is greater than x in this case. What about this? X is not equals to y. Of course, x is not equals to y. So the output for this is going to be true. So this is the not equal to operator in Python. And what about this? X is greater than equals to. What is the output for this? Let's check. The output is false first. Now let's check for x. X is equals to 5. X is not greater than and not even equals to y. So the output is going to be false. What about this? Y is less than equals to no. Y is not less than equals to. So the output is going to be false. Now that is how Python run the comparison operator in Python. Now that's the output. So if I should say that this is x and also y is equals to 5, now some codes are going to change. Now looking at this code, probably the first code, x is equals to y, we get true because 5 is the same thing as 5. Now the second one should be false because they are not less than x and looking at this, x is not equals to y, so this is going to be false. That is in third to the last 1, 2, 3. So this is going to be false. X is greater than or equal to. So this is the OR operator in Python. So I'm going to be talking about logical operators soon, so you're going to understand more about OR and AND operator. So this x is greater than or equal to y. So either one of them is true. So if one of them is true, the output is going to be true. If one of them is false, the output is going to be false. Now this is it. Y is less than x. Y is equals to 5. X is equals to 5. Y is not less than x, but it is equals to x. Now the output is true, and that is it for the code. So let me change this back to Python 14 because I'm going to be uploading all these files inside each Python course so you guys can learn more about it. Now let's talk about the logical operator. So in logical operator we have so many operators. We have the AND operator, we have the OR operator, and also the NOT operator. So let's set A and B. A is equals to true, like this. B is equals to false, like this. So print A and B. What do you think the output is? Let's print A or B, and also print A not B. Now there is nothing like A not B. We only have I just wanted to show you guys like this is why PyCharm is very good. It's going to suggest that oh this is error, so you have to clear this. That is not how this is going to be written. So we only have not B and also not A, like this. So in this code now, A is equals to true, B is equals to false. Print A and B. Now what this code does is that if A is equals to true and also B is equals to true, return true. But in this case, b is equals to false. So this is going to be false. So let's say that otherwise false. This is exactly what the code does. And what about this? What this code does is that either A is equals to true or B is equals to false, like this, return true. Otherwise false. So if both is false, we are going to get false as our output. So that is why I use the either keyword like this. So this is not B and not B. This is just going to be returning the opposite of the value. So the opposite of true is false, and the opposite of false is true. So let me just say and vice versa. So let's run this Python code. Let me put some space here just for it to like that. Oh, we've reached this destination here. So after the print function, yes, this is going to divide our code. Now this is it exactly. That is what the print function does without nothing. It's just going to give us a new line. So if you want some multiple lines, you can just make this a string, then /n, /n, /n. So let's run this code. So this is going to give us some multiple lines in our code. Now this is it. Now back to the logical operator. So as I have said at the beginning, I said A and B, which will have true and false, we are going to get false. This is what it will start. Now print A or B, we are going to get true because either A is equals to true or B is equals to false. We are going to get false. Let me put and the vice versa here. So even B is equals to, like, let's say that B is equals to false, like this, and this is equals to true. Now let's get the output. Now the output is equals to true. So that is what the OR operator does. It is always true unless we set both to be equals to false, like this. So let's set both to be equals to false. We are going to get false now. So that is exactly how it works. Now let's move to the third one. I said the opposite. Now the opposite of, let me rerun the code to let it change. So the opposite of B is, since B is equals to false, so the opposite will be true. Since A is equals to true, the opposite will be false. So that is just what the logical operator does. So let's move to the assignment operator. So let me print some new lines here. New lines like this. Now moving back to the assignment operator, we have so many assignment operator. You have to use the equals to sign and add it with a certain operator. So let's say that A is equals to 5. So this is what the assignment operator does. We can say that A is equals to A plus 1, like this. So it means that this new A is equal to this A, like this, plus 1, which is equals to 5 plus 1, which is equals to 6. The alternative method is that using a is equals to a plus equals to 1, like this. So this is the short form of writing this. So probably I don't need to comment this. Let me just run the both of them and let's get the output. I haven't print a, so I have to print it. So let's run this Python code. Now the output is equals to 7. Why is the output equals to 7? Because this a here is already equals to 6, then I reuse the code here. So if I'm going to cut this, now let me place this. Now it is a is equals to 6. So this is a, which is this new a, is equals to this a 5 plus 1, which is equals to 6. So you can probably change this to a plus equals to 1. We are still going to get 6. Now the output is 6. You can also do it for other operators, like saying that print, like let's print. So I'm going to be setting a variable b is equals to, let's say that 8. B is equals to like this mod b, or let's say that mod 2. Now let's run the Python code. The output is equals to 0 because this b is now equals to this b mod 2. So which simply means this new b is equals to this b, this variable name, which is equals to 8 mod 2, which simply means 8 divided by 2, which is equals to 4 remainder 0. So the output is going to be 0. So this is what the assignment operator does. Let's try another one too. We have the one like, let's say that c is equals to 9, b is equals to c minus 1, print c. Now let's get the output. The output is 8 because this c, this can be equals to negative c equals to, so this is just exactly simple. So this new c is equals to this c here minus 1, which is equals to 8 as the output. So that is just all for working with numbers. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys in my next video. So to begin with strings in Python, we can set a variable by saying that name is equals to always appear, then print name. So the output is name. What if I want to add this name with an integer? So let's say that age is equals to 17. So I want to print this name, like my name is always appear and I am 8 years old. So let's say that my name is, then you're going to use the plus sign, is name plus, and I am plus age years old. Now look at something. Now let's run this Python code. We got type error can only concatenate strings to an with string but not with integer. Now to solve this problem, since age is an integer, so you have to convert this age variable to a string by adding str. we have my name is always appear and I am 17 years old. You can also remove this plus, then using the comma like this. So you won't need to change this to string. So let's run this Python code. It's just the same thing. My name is always appear and I am 17 years old. Now let's move to slicing. We have something called slicing in Python. So even if I want to print only this always or only this AL, so slicing this with index in Python. Now let me open this picture. We have this word subscribe. So in Python, index starts with 0. We have S as 0, 1 all the way up to 8. Then if you want to start at the end of the letter, you're going to start with -1, -2, all the way up to -9. But before we move to slicing, if you want to print the length of a variable, that's a string, so just type print length of name, which is the short form of length. So let me run this Python code. I got 13 because always appear is 13 plus this space. Now let's move to slicing. I have S, which is equals to subscribe, like this. So print, to use slicing in Python, you're going to use the square bracket, then. So what this code is going to print out is that from 0, index 0 to 1. So let's run this Python code. We are going to get S only. So the output is S. Let me put space here. Like this. So I have a letter S here. So what this does is that this is the key. Begin, end, and step. So this is how the slicing work. If I should print S, 2 square bracket, then let me see that 0 to, we have the length as state 13. So let me input 12. Then the step, no, let me leave step first. Let's first run this code. We got the word subscribe completely. So because this index starts with 0, this last word, last letter, sorry, is going to be 12 because 13 minus 1 is 13 minus 1 is equals to 12. Since it starts with 0, but this length will calculate from 1. So that is how Python string work. So if I want to print something like steps, like I want to give it to 2 steps. So you just have SBCIE, which actually skip to 2 steps like this. So from S, from the beginning, which is 0, you are going to get B, and from B next to C, from C next to I, from I then next to E. So that is the step. So by default, if we print something like this, let's see that S square bracket like this, -1. So what this code is going to output is that this code is going to start with E all the way up to S. So we have this as 0, 0, and -1. So let's run this Python code. We have this. So this is 0, the end, and also this should be -1. So it means that we are starting from the end of the letter, which is E, like this, as I have given in this picture. So this is -1, like this. So this is -1, -2. So we have this is -2, which is the B, like that. So now let's move to strings method. We have so many string method. We have the index method, the find method, the end switch method, end switch method, and so let's see that sentence like this. So let me show you that sentence is equals to this is Python course. Now we have this sentence to be this is Python code. So you can set a new sentence which is equals to, we want this sentence to be in uppercase. So just say that dot upper. So we got this subscribe because we haven't print this so let's print sentence like this. Now the output is this is Python course. So what this code does that is going to change all these letters, all these words. It's going to change them to uppercase. So that is how it works. So instead of setting new sentence, you can just put upper here dot upper. So let's run this Python code. We got this is Python code, and if it is also lower, you can put lower here with 2 parentheses. So we got this is Python course. So this is going to change everything to lower. So let me set a new variable like lower is equals to sentence dot lower. So this is going to be lowercase, and upper should be equals to sentence dot upper, like this. So this is going to be uppercase. So let me print lower comma upper like this. So we got this is Python course and this is Python course. Now let's move to title. So we can set a new variable. Let's say that title is equal to sentence dot title, like this. So let me print title like this. We have this as this is Python course. Now looking at this sentence, this is the original sentence, which is this is Python course. So this P is lower, this I is lower. So what title does is that for every word in the string, the beginning of each word in the string is going to be upper. So this is Python course. The lowercase p, so the title method changed it to upper, which is this uppercase P and also this uppercase S. So that is how Python the title work. So if I'm going to change this to this is Python course and I want to play with capitalize like this, we can say that capitalize is equals to sentence dot capitalize. Now print capitalize. We have this is Python course. So what the capitalize method does is that only the beginning of the letter will be uppercase, of the sentence, sorry, will be uppercase, other will be lowercase. So the uppercase C, which is course, has changed to lowercase c. So that is exactly how it works. Now let's move to index and find. So if I'm going to say that index is equals to sentence dot index, this is going to take a string that is, let's say that we want to pass in a letter like this. This is the original string. So if we pass in something like C, like this, Python is going to give us the index of C. Now let's run this Python code. We got 15 because C, this letter C is at index 15. Probably it counts all these spaces, all these white spaces. Python counts them. So let's say that I want to print something like index of print sentence dot index of this T. We got 0 because T is at index 0. So what if I pass in a letter that is not in the string? So let's see what the output is. So let's say that Z. So we got value error substring not found. So that is what you're going to get if you pass in a letter that is not in the string. This is my error. Sent2.find like this. Let's pass in P. We got 15. Let's try another letter. So let me input O here and run the Python code. The output is 4 because O is at index 4. Now let's move to replace. Like what the replace method does that it's going to replace a letter by a letter. So not actually a letter, but let's just say that a string because we are working with strings. So we are not in the English class, we are in programming class. So let's say that print sentence2 dot replace. So what this replace does that it is going to take a string. So the first string to be the original letter, then the second string will be the letter you want to replace it with. So let me input C like this, or let me input P. So I want to replace it with letter C. So let me run this Python code. So we got this Python chorus, or what is it called? So we got these as Python chorus. So it means that we've replaced this letter P to be C. So you can also replace a word. So let's say that I want to replace this word as from course to tutorial like this. Now let me print this. So the output is Python tutorial and it's not Python course anymore. Now let's talk about ends with and starts with, and also is lower and is upper. So print sent2 dot ends with like this. This is going to take a string. So let's, what is the output is going to be like it's going to be like a boolean. The output is going to be boolean, only true or false like this. So the output is going to be boolean. So what this sent2 is going to do is that it's going to check this string, this original string, check if it ends with the letter that we're passing to this input. So let me run this Python code. So this is ends with. Of course, this sentence doesn't end with letter E. We are going to get false. So the output is false because this letter P is not E. So if I should input E, like I type in E like this, Now we are going to get true because Cent2, which is this course, ends with E. Now print starts with Cent2, sorry. We'll have to call the variable name Cent2 dot starts with a certain letter. So letter P, like this. We are going to get true because this sentence probably starts with P. So what if we input lowercase p, like this? We are going to get false because Python treats case sensitive. So you can just change this to upper, like this. So this is how upper works. You can also use the upper inside it. So we got true because we've changed this lowercase p to uppercase p using this upper method. So to check if a certain string is upper, like this, so the output is going to be true or false. Of course it is false because this Cent2 is not upper, unless, let me clear out this course and type everything in uppercase. Now run this. We got true. So what if we add something like space here and run this Python code? Are we going to get true? So the output is also true because this Python filters the space, then check if the string is upper. So the output is true. So let's print Cent2 dot lower, like this. Is lower, sorry. We are going to get false because it's not lower, it is upper. So let me change this back to Python. We are going to get true now, and this is probably false. Let's set a new variable by saying that C is equals to, or let me say that T is equals to Python tutorial. So I want to work with this strip in Python. So to strip this value, you'll have to use print t.strip, which actually it is going to trim the space inside this string, not actually this white space at the middle, but the beginning and also the end. So let me run this Python code. I got Python tutorial with no string anymore. So what if I want to strip? I want to trim a certain string, like this print p dot left strip, like this. So this is my left. So this is going to trim only this white space. So let me run this. I got Python tutorial, and this place we still have a white space here. So to trim each is just going to be t dot r strip, like this. So we got Python tutorial. So that is how strip works, and that is just all for strings in Python. Now let's move to formatted strings in Python. So what formatted string does is that it just makes string in Python more easier to implement in code. So what I actually printed in my other this main folder, I said name and age, which is this. Now let me copy this and paste it here. So I want to print this as our output. My name is and I am age years old. So what you need to do is just type print this f, which stands for formatted string, f, then my name is Then you're going to use these two curly braces, name, my name is name, like this, and I am age years old, like this. Now let's run this. We got my name is always appear and I am age years old. So what if I want to buy a goods, I want to order stuff? So let's say that quantity, like this quantity, is equals to 3, and the price is 6, let me just say that 6,000, like this. Then print, I want to print like the quantity like this. Quantity will be the quant, like this, and also I want to add a new line. Then the price should be the two curly braces. Now looking at this code, we have the quantity, which is 3, price is equals to 6,000. Now looking at this code actually does nothing. All what we just added is just quantity and the price. So I want to divide this price. All you have to do is just to add this colon plus comma, like this. Now we have the price now to be 60,000. So which is more readable than just this. So if you want to divide it in your own order, so you just have to put this underscore, then run this Python code. We are going to get also 6,000. Maybe just have to, we can set your variable like this. So if it is more than 6,000, like this, just for readable sake, you can also set your variable like this in Python. So we have the output as 60,000. So if you want to print a number like this formatted string, let's say that b is equals to 0.2, and no, let me say that, yeah, let me say that 0.2, like this. Then to print the percentage of 0.2, so this is going to be the variable b, then dot percentage, like this. Now let me run this code. Format specifier missing precision. We have 20%. So that is exactly how it works. So what this code does is that this is 0.2. So this is 0.2 multiplied by 100, which is percentage. So we have 20%. So let's see that this is division. Div is equals to 22 divided by 7. Print formatted string, like this, f. I want to print let's see that 4 significant figure. So you have to pass in the div, the colon, dot. I said 4 significant figures, so you just put 5f here. Now let's run this code. We got 3.14286. So this is 5 actually. So it is 5 decimal places. So that is exactly how formatted strings work. In more of my tutorial, you are going to learn more about string. This is not just all string. We still have so many methods in strings in Python. So thanks for watching, and I will see you guys in my next video.
So to begin with conditional statement in Python, we have this text file which is if is good, then you are good to go. Keep coding. So I'm gonna put this into code. So let's move to this if statement.py. So to begin with if statement in Python, the syntax is that we are going to type if condition, your condition like this, then the next one will be do this. Now, so it means that if this is true, then execute what is under this code. So let's put this into code. So if we say that we have this file, if is good, so let's set good, like is good like this, equal to true. So let's say that if is good, print, you are good to go. Also print, keep coding. So let's run this Python code. We have this output which is you are good to go, keep coding. So it means that is good is equal to true. So if we set is good to be equals to false and print if is good, then let's run this Python code. We are not going to get anything because is good is not equals to true. So as I have said at the beginning, I said if this condition is true, it will only execute what is under this if statement. So it's not true, so we are going to get nothing because this if good is equals to false. So let's set this back to true, like this. Is good is equal to, sorry about that, is good is equal to true. So I only type like this. So let's run this. We have you are good to go, keep coding. So let me use a number as just an example. So let's check if a certain number is divisible by 2. So if a number is divisible by 2, let's write the pseudo code first. So if a number is divisible by 2, like 4 divided by 2, we have this as 2 remainder 0, right? So if a certain number is divisible by 2, it will always have a remainder 0. So let's write the code. So we can say that if, firstly, let's set a variable to be a num is equals to integer input. We want the user to input something to the screen. Input a certain number like this. So we can see that if number, we are going to be using the modulo operator. If number modulo 2 is equal to 0, then we can say that print let's use a formatted string. So we can say that num like this is divisible by 2. Now let's run this code. We have the first code, which is you are good to go and keep coding, and also the number. Let me input 5. We are going to get nothing because 5 is not divisible by 2. Now let me rerun the code and let me input something like 16. We have 16 is divisible by 2, and that is just it for if statement. Now let's move to if else statement. We are going to be working with if statement more in our future course. This is not just if, we are still going to be working with if else conditional statement in Python. So we have this code which is an if is cool, go and do coding. Otherwise, that means if it's not cool, go and rest. So let's see that. Let's move to if else conditional statement. We have the if is cool. So let's set is cool. Assuming we set is cool to be equals to false because it's not cool at all. So we have go and do coding. So if is cool, print
go and do coding like this. Else, which is the otherwise, we are going to be using the else statement here. Else print go and the rest. Let's run this code. If else statement. So we have this go and the rest because is cool is equals to false. So if I set is cool to be equals to true like this, we are going to get our output as go and do coding because is cool is equals to true. Now if you are cool, you can code. If you are okay, you can code. So if it's cool like this, print go and do coding, else print go and the rest. Now back to this if statement, we just really code here. We have num, which is the integer input number. If number is divisible by 2, print this is divisible by 2. So what can we do next? So we can just copy this code here and paste it in if else statement like this. So we have this number, which is the integer input. If num modulo 2 is equals to 0, print num is divisible by 2. So what if the num is not the number is not divisible by 2? So we can just say that else print like this. So let me just copy this here. Like this is not divisible by 2. So run this code. So Python is waiting for me to import something to the screen. So let me input 7. We can get the output as 7 is not divisible by 2, and which is really true because 7 is not divisible by 2. Also, you can just do this like this. So if num modulo 2 is not equals to 0, so just interchange this. So we just have to interchange this like this. So this should be here. So run the Python code. Now let me input 7. We have 7 is not divisible by 2. Now here we use the not equal to operator, which is if number modulo 2 is not equals to 0, print number is not divisible by 2, else print the number is divisible by 2. That's just for it for if else statement. Now let's move to else if statement. This is a very big, I'd say. So we have the next pseudocode. We have this if is cool, go and code. Else if you are bored, play games, read some PDFs. Otherwise, take a nap. Now let's put this into code. So we have this if is cool, go and code. So if you are cool, you can code. Else if you are bored, let me put this. Else if you are bored, you can either play games or read some PDFs to learn more about coding. Otherwise, take a nap. So this otherwise really means that if it doesn't satisfy these two, then do this. So let's move to else if statement. We have is cool. Let me create a new variable. Is cool to be equals to true like this. So if is cool, right? If is cool, print go and code. Then after the if, we are going to be using the else if, but in Python is not written as else if, it is elif. So we have this elif is cool is false, right? We got an error here because we can't use this is. We can only use this to sorry, this is it. Okay, this is actually my error. Elif is cool So we can use is. Sorry about that. So if school is false, then print what are we going to be printing? Play games or read some PDFs. So let's see that. Play games or I want a new line here. Read some PDF. Portable data format. So we have the else, which is a print taken up. Now let's run this. So we have the first one. Sorry, I have to run the else if statement. I'm actually running the if else statement. So this is the else if statement. So we have the output as go and the code. It means that school is equals to false. So what can we do to satisfy this? So it is by setting that this is equals to false. So if school is equals to false, you can. It means that you are bored, right? So if this is false, you're going to get play games or read some PDFs. So what if I say something like this, right? So let's run this. We have this call and code. Now looking at this Python code, this is the string, right? Let me see that this is it. So it means that in Python, for every string you put here, it is always true. So unless you put something like 0, so that will be false. So that is take a nap. So let's input 1. We are going to get call and code. Now, to understand the Python code, we have the logic operator, which is 0. We have the 0. 0 is false and 1 is true in Python. So if I should input something like school is equal to 1, so this actually means that if school, so it means that we just said if school, it means that it is true already and the 1 is also true. Unless I say that if school is true, right? So we have this as taken up. Now looking at this code, so because school is not true, but on a normal scenario we have 0 to be false, 1 to be true. But if school is true but 1 school is equal to 1, then we are going to get go and code unless you remove this. So run this, we are going to get go and code. So this is go and code. Let me paste this back. Now we have this as if school is false, of course school is equals to 0, so it's not true, it's not false, it is this else. So we are going to get our output as take a nap unless you remove this is false and add not. Elif not is cool. Now run this Python code. We are going to get play games, read some PDF. So this not operator is the opposite of true. So if we say that not 1, not 0 is 1 and not 1 is 0, that is how Python run its code. So let me set back this to be equals to true, so we can see that if school is false, then we are going to get go add code. And that is just it for else if conditional else if conditional statement. But let us write a program to check if a number is positive, if a number is 0, and if a number is negative. Now looking at this code, now this pseudocode should be if a certain number is greater than 0, it means that this is positive. We can call this positive, right? This is the pseudocode. So if a certain number is less than 0, we can say that this is a negative, right? Negative. And if a number is equal to 0, we can say that this is 0, right? Now to run this Python, to put this pseudocode into a normal code, so we have to create a variable by saying that num is equals to, I want the user to input something to the screen. We can say that num is equals to input, right? Input a certain number. So let it be an integer. We don't want a float number here. So we can also make it a float, but just leave it as an integer. So we can say that if num is greater than 0, then print, we can print, let me use the formatted string, num is positive. Because it is greater than 0, then we can use elif num is less than 0, print this num, we consider num is negative, right? Else print number is 0. Now looking at this code, we have if num is greater than 0, the number is positive. Else if num is less than 0, the number is negative. Else we have the number as 0. So we don't have any other number again. Either the number is greater than 0 or the number is less than 0. So if the number is greater than 0 or it is less than 0, we only have one number left, which is only the 0. So it doesn't matter like writing elif num is equals to number, like is equals to 0 like this. So we don't need that, just have to write this less than. So let's run this Python code. We have the number, so let me input -6. So we can say that -6 is negative. Let me input something like 8. We have 8 is positive. Let me input something like 0. We have 0 is 0. Or you can just leave it like that. Since it is 0 like this, just return the number like that. So you don't need to use this formatted string. So you can just return the number like that. So 0, we have the output as 0. Or we can see that neutral. Let's just input neutral. Let's see that this num is neutral, right? So let me check for typo. Sorry. Okay, this isn't what I typed before. I actually typed NUE, so it should be NEU, neutral. That was just my silly mistake. So 0 is neutral. That is it. So I hope you guys understand this code. Let's move to let's write a program that checks if um a year is a leap year. So before we dive this year, we are going to be writing this in a nested conditional statement. So let's move to nested. I don't have any studio code for nested conditional statement because it's pretty logical. So let me just write a program for it. So we can say that year like this, year is equals to integer input a year like this. So after inputting a year, we are going to write a program that checks if the year is a leap year. So for every year, we only have 4 years to get the next leap year. So we can say that if year module 4 is equal to 0, then do this. But we cannot just do it like that. We also have some years that are not we don't have some 2000s or stuff like that, but we also have some years that are AD after death, after the birth of Jesus Christ. So we can see that if like this, if year module 100 is equal to 0 like this, then another if statement. If year module 400 is equal to 0 like this, then we can say that print this is a leap year. So we can say that year is a leap year. Then moving back, leaving this if block statement. Sorry about that. So leaving this if block statement, then the next one will be else like this. Then after typing else, for this we need to execute this first. So else print that certain year is not leap year, right? Then moving back to the next if block, so we can see that else again, the year is a leap year. Print I've typed multiple things, so I just have to copy. Control V. Then after typing that, so this will be else is not leap year. This is pretty hard to understand, right? So let me input my year, 2003. So we have 2003 is not leap year. What about 2004? 2004 is a leap year. Of course, 2004 is a leap year. And what about 19? Let's say that 1980. We have the 1980 is a leap year because this is divisible by is it divisible by 4? Let me input my let me open a calculator. So 1980 divided by 4 I don't want to use some kind of weird number theory in my code because I can just check if this is divisible by 4 using number theory. So we have 1980 is divisible by 4. So because it is 495. That is just it. So let me quickly explain this code. We have year is equals to input an integer number. So if year model 4 is equals to 0, also we use the nested if statement. So if year model 100 is equals to 0, and if year model 400 is equals to 0, print year is a leap year. So if this is this, what this code is trying to do is that if this conditional statement is true, and also if this is true, execute this, right? So if this is false, it's not going to execute this if statement. And if this is false, it's not going to execute this. If this is false, it's not going to execute this if statement. So because this is true, and also this is true, so print year is a leap year, else print year is not leap year, and also this else of this, print year is a leap year, because it satisfies this, but doesn't satisfy this. Else print year is not leap year, meaning if it doesn't satisfy this, your output should be is not a leap year. Now let's move to logical conditional statement. So in this logical conditional statement, let me start directly without any studio code. So I just have to think now before starting. So let me think about something. Okay, let's talk about coder. So let's see that if a coder has finished his project and is tired, then we have to print something. Or if he hasn't done any of the two, we have to print something to the screen. So let's say that he's tired, right? So let's set is tired to be equals to true, and also we can also set it to false, but let's continue this code. Is tired is equals to true, then the next one should be as finished project, so we can see that this is equals to true. So for this Python code, so if is tired and as finished project, then we can print take some rest. Then elif is not tired, so I have to type elif. So is not tired should be not is tired, and not as finished project, so which simply means if is not tired and has not finished his project, so we want something to be our output, we can just say that keep learning and coding, and just keep learning to code. Let's just leave it like this. Else print. What can we print? So let's just say that no, we can't just say that else. Sorry, let's say that elif not is tired, or has finished project. So if he or she is not tired and has finished project, so we can see that go and learn more. As I'm still learning. So go and learn more. So what about we have elif. Okay, let's just type else and let's run the Python code. Else print, let's say that take a nap. Right? Now let's run this code. We got take some rest. So this should be have some rest. So we have the output as have some rest because if he's tired and has finished project, he or she is tired and also he has finished his project. So we can say that have some rest. Then what if both is false? So let's say both to be false, right? So let's say both to be false. You're going to get just keep learning to code like that. Keep learning to code. So because you are not tired and you haven't finished any project yet, so just keep learning to code. Keep learning. Now what if he's not tired but has finished his project? So if tired it should be false now, but finished project should be true. Now let's run this. We have go and learn more. It means that he or she is not tired but has finished a project. So go and learn more. So what if this is true? Is tired is equals to true, but has finished project is equals to false. We can say that take a nap. Just take a nap, maybe for like 2 hours and wake up back. 2 hours. No, a coda can take a nap of 2 hours. So just 1 hour or so. So just take a nap. That is just it for if else conditional statement in Python. Thanks for watching and I'll see you guys in my next video.
So in this video, we have these 3 problems that we're going to be solving. This swap number, we're going to be swapping number without using the third variable. And this is anagram. Anagram is a word or phrase formed by rearranging the letters in such a way that a new letter is formed. So we have case 1, like rescue, it can form secure, doom can form mode, 0284 can also form 4280. And what about is palindrome? A palindrome is a word or sequence that reads the same backward as forward. Anna, civic, and LOL, which is lot of laugh or laugh out loud. It just depends on the context. So let's move to swap number and start to solve these problems. And you can pause this video to try it out first. Then I'm gonna give the solution. Hopefully that went well. So let's begin to solve this problem. So first thing first, let me copy this, then comment this, because we are not going to be using this method. the method I'm going to be giving in this video would only work for numbers. So let me paste this. After printing this, let me let the user to input an integer number. So let's say number 1, and this should be number 2. This should be something like this, and first number. Now we want to swap these variables. So we want to let x to be y, y to be x, isn't it? So this is the method that we're going to be using. First and first, we're going to say x is equal to x plus y. This is math. Then here we're going to say y is equal to x minus y right away. And this will be x is equal to x minus y. Then let me print before swapping, then after. So let's run this Python code. Let's run this. Now this is waiting for me to input, so let me input 3 and 4. So here x is equal to 3, y is equal to 4, and here we got x is now equal to 4 and y is equal to 3. So how does this program work? Now let me explain this. We have x, which is new x, is equal to this x. So let's say we input 3 plus 4, 7. So we have new x to be equal to 7. Then we also have new y. This is not the y, but another variable which is y, but they are the same variable, which is equal to x is now equal to 7. 7 minus y, this y. 7 minus 4 is 3. Now we now have y to be equal to 3. Now this x, here x is equal to 7, but this is new x again. X is equal to 7 minus this y, 3. Now we got the number swapped. So let me explain this. Let me write it in front of this. So new x is equal to dx, this x, I wanted to say dx dy, to solve the math. Okay, this x, which is 3. So let's assume we input 3 plus 4 now, which is equal to 7, and here new y like this is equal to, since our x, this new x is now this x, is equal to new x minus y, which is equal to, what is new x? 7 minus our y is equal to 4. So new y is now equal to 3. So here x, so new x is equal to, which is this x, 7, here is equal to 7 minus this y. What is y? This is the new y. We're going to be using this new y, minus 3, which gives us 4. So this is what we are printing out, new y and new x, 3 and 4. So that is how we swapped the two variables. So we are doing this because they are numbers. If they are string, we can do this. So 5353 Now when we swap it, 5353 2442. Now it's now swapped 2442 5353. So that is just all for this swapping numbers. Now let's move to its anagram. Now we have this case 1 rescue, secure, doom, mode 02844280. Now let's look at this problem very well. For a string to be anagram, for two strings to be anagram, they must be the same in length. That is the first case. Then the second case is all the letters inside case 1 must be all the letters inside the first string must be inside the second string. So I don't want to retype things. Let me just copy this and paste it here like this, but we are not getting integer, we're getting string. So, and this is not first number, let's change it to string 1. First string like this, and this should be second string. Right away. So we want to check if it is anagram. Now look at this. We have uppercase R, uppercase S, but here we have lowercase r, and here we have uppercase R. So which simply means that we either make everything to lower like this, because if we just do it like this and input uppercase R as rescue and uppercase S as secure, we are going to get false. So firstly, let's first try it. I want you guys to see yourself. So is anagram, we're going to be writing a condition. If we said all letters in first string must also be in second string, right? So let's say this should be first. I don't know why I'm making mistakes, and this should be second. So we're going to be using this function if sorted of x is equal to sorted of y, then print is anagram, else not anagram. So let's run this. First string rescue secure. Now our output is not anagram because this is uppercase R and uppercase S. Now let me rerun this and input secure and rescue with everything uppercase. I typed rubbish here, secure and rescue. Yeah, this is rescue. Now we have the output as is anagram. So which simply means that we have to make this dot lower. So let's run this. Even if I should input secure like this, secure like this and rescue like this, we are still going to get is anagram because Python has changed both strings to lowercase, so they are now the same thing. So they have the same letters inside. So this is just the solution to check for two strings if they are anagram. So let me try for dim and mode. Yeah, they are anagram. And let's move to is palindrome. A palindrome is a word or sequence that reads the same backward as forward. Case 1, Anna. Case 2, Civic. And case 3, LOL. For a string to be palindrome, sequence that reads same backward as forward, right? So here we're going to be using slicing. So let me copy this. Since it is palindrome, we only need one, right? So let me change this to string. So we write a condition if string is equal to string, slicing, print is palindrome. Else not palindrome, like this. So before I run this code, I want to print the string backward here, the slicing that I used. So what this does is that this is nothing from the beginning end. So we are starting from the beginning to the end, then counting the step backward with -1. So if I should run this, if I input let me run is palindrome. Now this is string. Now let me input Anna. Now we got the same Anna backward. So this is palindrome. So let me input a word that is not palindrome. Mode. So we got the word backward, which is doom. This is what the slicing does. From the beginning to the end, then minusing it by 1. So this is the step. So mode is not palindrome. Civic is palindrome. We got the same thing. And what is it called? Lol. This. So that one too is palindrome. So this is just all for this exercise. There are still so many exercises that we're going to be solving. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to receive new notifications. To begin with for loops, let me first explain the syntax first. We have a syntax to be for variable in sequence, then colon, 4 spaces, do this. Now let's put this into Python code. Now we can see that for I in, we have something called range function in Python. That is what we are going to be using our sequence. We have the range to be, let's see that 5, then we can print I like this. Now let me explain this. The syntax of range is we have begin, end, -1, then step, like this. Now for each number in this range, they are equal to I. That is how it works. So if we print I, we are going to get 0 to 4 like this. Now let's run this Python code. We have
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is working perfectly. Now we can see that for k in range 1 to, let's see that 1 to 6, print k. Now we have this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These actually begin with 1 because, as I have said, this is begin, end, minus 1. But these two options, they are optional. You can either add them or not add them, depends on the program you are writing. So we have for k in range 1 to 6, print k. So this begins with 1, then 5, 1 to 5, which is 6 minus 1 is equal to 5. Now looking at this code, this actually begins with 0. So if we are using only one number here, you pass in the one argument here. So this is going to start from 0 all the way up to 4. That is 5 minus 1. So let me explain the steps. We have, let's say that for j in range 1 to 10 and 1, print j. Now, firstly, I don't want these two codes to run. So what I can do is that we have a keyword in Python, which is a pass keyword. So we can add pass here. Let us put pass here, like this. Pass. So comment this. Now, this is how it works. So this is not going to print anything as we've put pass here. This just means pass this this for loop. That is how it works. Now let me comment this also and put pass. Pass here like this. Now let's run this. Now we have the outputs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way up to 9. This doesn't change anything because the steps is actually 1. So if I should print 2 here, if I should put 2 here, we are going to get this is going to skip two steps. We are going to get 1, 3, 4 all the way up to, I think 9 should be there. So we have this 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So this actually skip two numbers. So skips this. Now if I should put 3 here, we are going to get 1, 4, 7. It means it skips 33 digit numbers. 33 numbers. Sorry about that. Now that is how it works. Oh, we cannot only use range in for loop. As I have said, I said sequence. So we can set a variable to be we can use a variable here also, which is this range. We can, let me set this range to be r like this. So I can see that r is equal to range of 1 to 7 like this. So we can see that for k in range, print k, but I have passed this, so I don't want it to run. So let me pass this also. So this is it, pass. Now let's continue. So we can see that greeting is equal to hello world. Like this. Print greeting. Now we have the output as hello world, but I want to use for loop to print this greeting. So we can see that for each letter in greeting, print letter. Now remember, this can be anything. It's just the same thing as variable. You can either use L and print L here. You can also use underscore, then print underscore here. Now let's run this. we have hello world with the white space also. So for loop doesn't filter anything, it gives you exactly what you input as your sequence as your output. Now let's use letter here for letter in greeting, print letter. Now let's do this. We have hello world, which is the same thing. Now let us try and write a program to count each vowel letter in a certain string. But before we write a program, we are going to be explaining I'm going to be explaining increment and decrement in Python. If you watch my working with numbers in Python, I actually did something like this. We said that x is equals to 1, x is equals to x plus 1, print x. Let me comment this. I'm just commenting them because they take a lot of space, so I want what I'm doing to be printing as the first thing. So we have 2 as our output. So what this dot is that we have x is equals to 1, new x to be equals to this x, 1 plus 1, which is equal to print x, which is equal to 2. And that is how it works. Let me comment this to be increment, and let me say that y is equal to 1, y is equal to y minus 1, print y. So this is a decrement. Now print y. So we have this to be 0 because this is 1 and we assign a new y to be equals to 1 minus 1, which is equal to 0. Now let's try and write a program. Let me create a new Python file. Let's call this increment. Now we want to write a program to filter to count how many vowel letters in a certain string. So this is the increment Python file. So we can create a variable which is a string to be equals to this is Python course. This is Python course. So create a new variable to be equals to vowel because we want to write a program to count each vowel inside a string. So vowel is an A, E, I, O, U. I want it to be in order. So we can loop through this string. We can see that for S in string, right? For each S in string, I want to do something. So we can use a conditional statement if S in vowel, that is, if else S is in this vowel. Now we want to do something. So this is 4 spaces. Now this will be 8 spaces. So we can create a variable to be count is equal to 0 to count each vowel inside this string. So we're going to set count is equals to 0 because we don't know, maybe there is a vowel inside a string. So Python is going to do that for us automatically. So we can see that count is equal to count plus 1. Now we've solved the problem. So inside this program, we can see that print count. Now if you print count is inside for loop. So we are going to get 1 to something because, okay, let us count that manually. We have 1, we have I here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 6 variables here. So we are going to get 1 to 6 as our output. So let's run this program. We have 1 to 6. Now let me explain this. We have a count to be equal to 0. This means that new count is equal to this count plus 1. And print count. So if this is 0 already, new count is equals to count plus 1, 0 plus 1, which is equal to 1. Now this count is now equal to 1. Then we set a new count again, which is equal to this 1 plus 1, which is equal to 2. Now this count is equal to 2. Then a new count again, which is this new count. Then this is 2 already. Then 2 plus 1, we are going to get 3 all the way up to this 6. So that is how increment works in Python. So let me print ordinary 6 because count is already 6. So we print this count here, which is equal to 6. I'm going to be using decrement in while loop, which is our next Python course. We are going to be working with while loop in Python. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. There are more to for loops. We are going to be doing them in future course. So the syntax of while loop in Python is while the condition is true, the next statement here, if it is true, then it's going to execute what is on it. So this is 4 spaces, which is called indentation. So let me put this into code. Now to begin with while loop, we are going to be setting a variable to make something to be true, right? So let's say that I is equals to 0. We can say that while I is less than let's say that's less than 6, print I. So let's run this Python program. We have 0. This is going to run till infinity. It's still running now. So to let this to stop running, we have to write a code which is called increment to add 1 to I, and we are going to get 1 to 5. Now let me stop this Python program. Now we are going to be writing I plus equals to 1, which is equivalent to I is equals to I plus 1, like this. Now what this means is that we have I to be equals to 0 already, while I is less than 6, print I, which we are going to get 0 as our first number. Then I, the new I, is equals to I plus 1. Let me be using this as an example. The new I to be equals to new I is equals to this I, 0 plus 1, which is equal to 1. We are going to get 1 as the second number. Then it's going to go again. We have I to be equals to 0, but I is now equals to 1. So we're going to get new I is equals to 1 plus 1, which is equals to 2. Then we are going to get 2 as our third number all the way up to 5. Now this is it. So we have the output to be 0 to 5. Now another example, let's say that we want to print a multiplication table of 3 multiplication table. So we can see that k is equals to 1. We are not going to be using 0 now. So k is equals to 1 while k is less than, let's say less than equals to, we are going to be printing it to 12. So while k is less than equals to 12, we want to print k multiplied by 3, then k plus equals to 1. Now let me comment this. I don't want it to run, so I want my first program to be run. like this. Now let's run this Python program. We have that to 3 to 36 because 3 times 1 is equals to 3, all the way up to 3 times 12, which is equals to 36. But let me explain this code. We have k is equal to 1, while k is less than equals to 12. Then the first one is actually 1, right? So 1 times 3 is equal to 3. Then we have k plus equals to 1, which is this. Let me use this as k. So we have this to be our new key, which is equals to 1 plus 1, which is equals to 2. Now since k is equals to 2, 2 times 3, which is equals to 6, then all the way up to 12, like that. Now let me give another example. We have so many examples that we can use to solve, but I'm going to be solving exercises using the for loop and while loop, if the statement, input, all what we have learned so far. I'm going to be using it to solve problems in our next Python course. So let me just give another examples of while loop inside this course, just to let you guys understand how to use them while loop. So let's just write a program to count how many vowels in a certain string using Python. Of course, you're working with Python, so using a while loop, I'd say. So let's say a word is equal to let's set word to be pneumococci, like this, pneumococci. So we'll be using while loop. So I will have to set I to be equals to 0, or let me use something like k is equals to 0. You can use any variable you want. And also let me set count to be equals to 0, like this. Since it is while loop, we are going to be saying that while k is less than the length of word. So while k is less than the length of word, we are going to be using this if else statement, if blah 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 blah. So going back to working with strings in Python, we have something called slicing. I did slicing in working with strings. That is a Python tutorial 5 or what, I don't know. So let's say that print word of 0 like this. So this is the beginning of the word, which we get in P as the output, right? So print 2, we are going to get E as our output. We got E as our output. Now let me stop this program. So we are going to be using this trick here. So let's say that vowel is equal to A, E, I, O, U, right? So clear of this pass. So we are going to be using this if word of k in vowel, we are going to be saying that count plus equal to 1, like this. Then I plus equal to 1. Print count, like this. So let me explain again. We have a word is equals to pneumococci, vowel is equals to A, E, I, O, U, k is equals to 0, count is equals to 0, while I is less than the length of word. So we are using this less than, I actually using, this should be k. I've been using I a lot. So we have word, the slicing, we use slicing here. So why I use less than and not equal to here? So I'm using less than because indexing starts from 0 and the length of word, let us count this. I think this is 11. So we can see that 0 is less than the length of word, which is 11. So if it keeps looping, we are going to get since it starts from 0, right? So the total will be 8 then, since it starts from 0. That is why I use less than. So if I should use equal to, this should be 0 to 11, which the total is equal to 12, which we are going to get index out of range. So let us try that. So we have that to be less than equal to length of word. So if word, we're using slicing here. So if word 0, this p in vowel is in this vowel, count plus equals to 0. This is an increment. We are incrementing I plus equal to 1. So this is 0. Then it's going to loop again. We are going to get 1. It's going to loop again. We are going to get 2. So it's going to loop to the end of this pneumococcide, at end of this word. But we use them less than equals to, so we're going to get index out of range. Now let us try it. We got a string index out of range. So we have to use them less than. Now the output is 5 because we have 5 vowel letters in this word. Now, what if we want to print the word also? So let us try to print the word also. Print word of K like this. We want to know the words, the letters, sorry. So let's run this. We are going to get E, U, O, O, I. So we have 2 O's, which is this O and also this O, like this inside is vowel letter. But this is printed like this. So what if you want to print these using one line? You can just put a comma and add end here, like this, and run this. We are going to get E, U, O, O, I, 5. Now, if you want to put space, you can make it like this. So we have space here. So that is how while loop is working. So let's talk about break and the continual statement in Python. You can set a variable which is in Boolean like this is equal to true. And after setting a variable Boolean that is equal to true, we want to write a program to check if a string is equal to a string. That is, user is going to input something, but we've marked it in our code that if this is equal to what the user has input, print you are right. It's just work out like that. So just keep looping. We are going to be using doing the logout later. So Boolean is equal to true. We consider while Boolean. Since we've set Boolean is equal to true, now we consider while true, which is the same thing as saying that while true. So this is while Boolean. So since we've set it to a variable, so while Boolean, we want to let the user to input something. So we consider password is equal to input, like this, like this. So if password is equal to password, so user can easily guess that. So if password is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, print you are right. Then I'm going to be using the break statement here. So break. Now let's run it. Now it's waiting for me to input something to the screen. Let's input this. Now it will keep running unless the user gets the password right. So this is you are right because the password is right. So what if we don't just want it to keep looping like that? We want it to stop at a certain stage. So firstly, if you don't want to use break here, you can also change this to Boolean is equal to false, like this, right? Is equal to false. From our definition, we said while condition is true. So if this condition is true, execute what is under it, then indentation. So we have these as while Boolean, while true. So if the user gets the password right, let the Boolean to be equal to false, then this is going to pop out of our loop. So let's run this. It will keep running unless the user gets the password right. So we have the output as you are right. Now let me create another variable. Let's say that the guess limit, it can be 5. Guess count, this is just like a guessing game. So we can set guess count is less than the guess limit, like this. So while guess count is less than guess limit, password is equals to input password. So if password is equals to guess, then we don't have anything like boolean anymore. We can say that you are right, then break. So after breaking, we have to loop something. So we have to loop guess count, right? So let's loop guess count. Guess count plus equal to 1. So let's run this Python code. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we have process finished with exit code 0. Now let me rerun this and let's try. Maybe it will work if I still guessed it right. So we have the output as you are right because what we input is equal to the guess. If you don't want to use break statement here, you can just set the guess count like this manually. Guess count to be equal to 5, since that is the bound of this thing. So it won't satisfy this condition anymore if guess count is equal to 5. So let's run this code. It's still the same thing, nothing changed. So we have the output as process finish with exit code 0. So I'm going to be doing more things like this that will have so many things inside this guess game. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video.
So in this video, we're going to be drawing 8 pattern using Python. So we have the first one, which is actually the easiest so far. So we have this asterisk represented in rows and column. So this is 5 rows and column, and this is the second problem, 1 1 1 2 2 2 all the way up to 5. The third problem, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Now let's go back to first one. And before we begin to solve this problem, I'd like to show you one quick method. So let's begin with for loop. During this problem, we're going to be using nested for loop all through. So this is just a video that will let you understand how to use a nested for loop. So let's say for I in range 1 to 5 and print I. We all know that this is 1 to 4, right? Because this range is going to -1 from this 5. So we're going to get 1 to 4 as our output. Now the output is 1 to 4. These, I want to print these in one line. So this is just printing a new line, right? So just have to add a comma with this end argument. Then, so let's print this. And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 as our output. Now let's begin to solve these real problems. Now let's clear this off. Since it is 5 rows and column, here we're going to be using 6, and here we can type for J in range 1 to 6 again. So 5 rows and column, and here we can print asterisk like this, then end like this. So for each of these, I want this to be printing this empty print, which is a space. So let's run this. So we have the same thing, which is this drawing here. So let me comment this. Let me comment this and print only this. So this is just an empty print. So it's like a new line. So that is just what the empty print does. So let me uncomment this. So we have this for J in range 1 to 6, print this asterisk end, which is going to give me all these asterisks in new, not a new line, because we are using a nested for loop. So this is going to print this asterisk like this, all of this asterisk. This is the job of this. So this is what this does, like this. But this for loop, this first for loop, this is what it does. The columns. So this is the row and this is the column. That's just what the problem is, and that is how to solve the problem. So let's rerun and let's see, maybe we're gonna get the same output. So it's the same thing. Now let's move to problem 2. Here we have 111, 222, 30, 33, 444, and 555. Now look at this problem and look at this. This problem and this, they are pretty the same thing. We just have to change one thing. Now you're going to understand how this problem works when we solve the second one. Now let me copy this, then paste it here like this. So this is asterisk, so we have to change this to I. That is just the change. So let me run second one. Now you see it's just the same output. So for I in range 1 to 6, for j in range 1 to 6, but we know that this is 6 minus 1, right? So that is 5 output. So print I, then this argument end, which gives everything in one line. But this print is cutting off the line for each of this for loop. So let me try and understand something here. So let's say we are using I. So this is the column and this is the row. So that is just what it does. Now let's move to pattern 3, and here this is 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, just in 5 columns. So how are we gonna solve this? Isn't that the same thing as this? But here we just have 1 1 1 2 2 2 3 3 3. You should know that you have to copy this code again. You see, pattern problem are very easy. You just have to understand how to use a nested for loop. So here we are using I. So this is just all we need to change. Instead, we're going to be using this variable j. So if I should run this, I got 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5 in 5 ways. So now this is now the row like this, and this is the column, which is this. Understood? Better. Now let's move to pattern 4. Here we have 5 5 5 4 4 4 33 33. Okay, before we begin with this, I want to show you something using for loop. I think I've talked about this in for loop or while loop. So hopefully we are using for loop in this course all through. So I've talked about it in for loop. So let's say for n in range here 5 0 -1, print n like this. So what do you think our output will be? So this is 5, this is 0, but we are minusing one step from it. You know, in this place we are using 1 to 6, right? But here we are using 5 to 0. But range will now count this 0. It will stop at 1. So we are minusing one step from this. 5 minus 1, 4. So let's just run this and let's see what the output will be. Now you see, we have 5, then 5 minus 1, 4. 4 minus 1, 3. 3 minus 1, 2. 2 minus 1, 1. But this doesn't stop at 0. It stops at 1. So we're going to be using the same method, this method, to solve this problem. So let's clear this print n off like this. So after clearing this off, let me write another for loop for k in range, same parameters, 5, 0, and -1. And here we are only gonna be printing since it is number, not asterisk, so we're going to be printing let me look for this. Yeah, we're going to be printing n because this is the row and this is the column. This is the column like this. So let me print for n, then end like this, then use this empty print value. So let's run this code. Yeah, I'm running 4 already. So I have the same output, 555, 444, all the way up to 1. Easy, right? So you guys are grabbing it so easy. Now looking at this problem, now what do you think? What kind of algorithm are we going to use for this kind of problem? We have 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars. Now let's begin with for loop. Yeah, we're going to be using for loop or true, as I said. For I in range 1 to 6, right? Then for k in, let me use j. I love ij and nk. So for j in range, yeah, we're going to be using 1 plus I plus 1. I'll explain this, don't worry. So print this asterisk and then print these two parentheses. So let's run this and let's see what we're gonna get first. So we got the same pattern, and yeah, we are using I plus 1, which is this variable. So which simply means that when this variable is 1, this will be 2, right? So if we actually print the first one here, yeah, this is going to print the second one, right? So that is just how it grows drastically. So it's just an increment. So if this is 4, this is going to be 5, but -1. So we are using this I exactly in this place because this is -1 already. So if this is 5 and we print and 5 is here also, but 5 minus 1, this is going to be 4, but we've added plus 1 with it, so it's going to be 5 exactly. So that is just how this program work. Now let's move to pattern 6. We have this. Now looking at this problem, look at this problem very well. We've done it here. This is just the inverse of this, right? But look at this fourth problem. Here this is just reverse of 1 to 5. So this is the reverse of 1 to 5. We're going to be using the same thing for this with a little bit of different parameters. So let's say for I in range 1 to 6, for Y in range, now look at this, this is going to be 6, I, then -1, then print, let me change this back to J, that should be better. To follow the Python convention, I'm too used with math, so let's print this asterisk, then end like this, then print something like this. Now let's look at this problem. This is for j in range 6, I, then -1. Which simply means that if, okay, the first one of this will be 1. So this is going to be 6, 1, then -1. But the first thing that we're going to get is 5, right? So first thing, let me print j at first, and let's see. Now you see 65432 65, this 543 654, like that. So if this is just like asterisk, sorry, this should be a string. And let's run this. Now we have this pattern as our output. Cool, right? Now let's move to the 7th problem, which is this hashtag, asterisk, hashtags, asterisk, hashtags. Now look at this pattern mathematically. So this is odd, this is even, this is odd, this is even, and this is odd. So which simply means that in this pattern problem, we are going to be using if-else conditional statement. I don't think I have created the tutorial when I was recording this. I don't think so. I haven't. But don't worry, you're going to understand this. Just save up this video, watch the if-else conditional statement, then you can come back to it. But hopefully you're going to understand even before watching the if-else conditional statement. So let's begin to solve this. Here we're going to be saying that k is equal to 5 for I in range 1 to k plus 1, right? We know that is 1 to 4, so we have to add k plus 1. Then for j in range 1 to I plus 1, like this. So which simply means that if this stops at 4, this is going to loop one more. So for j in range 1 to I plus 1, then here we're going to be using the condition if I mod 2 is equal to 0. So this is checking if this variable is divisible by 2. So this mod, this is the usefulness, this is just what it does. So let me just use 4 as an example. 4 divided by 2, which is equal to 2, remainder 0, right? So in this case, the output for this will be 0. So which simply means that it is even. If it is 3 divided by 2 is 1, then we have the remainder as 1. So this is not going to work. That simply means that it is an odd number. So here, if it is even, since all the asterisks are even, so we're going to be printing even first, which is the asterisk, then end like this. Else we print the odd. Hashtag and like this, then this empty print statement. So let's run this. So we have this hashtag, 2 asterisks, hashtag, 4 asterisks, and 5 hashtags. So this is odd, even, odd, even, odd. So this if-else conditional statement helps us to manipulate everything. Now let's move to pattern 8 and let's see how that is. So in pattern 8, you just have to look at this problem. Here we have 1, which is 1 is odd, 1 to 3, 3 is odd, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 is odd, and these asterisks are even. So this problem and this problem are the same thing, but these 1, 1, 2, 3 are just represented with hashtag. So all we need to do now is just to come back here and copy all this. Let me copy all this. Then after copying all this, paste it here. After pasting it, this hashtag, this is not going to be hashtag anymore. It's going to be J. I'm running Python tutorial 7, I have to run 8. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, cool. Same output. 1, 2 hashtags, 3, 4 hashtags, 4 asterisks, sorry, and 5 numbers. So we simply means that this for loop serves as the row, which is this. This is a row. This is a row. And these are columns, like this. So this is just all for drawing pattern problems in Python. You can try some other exercises online. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. A list is a data type which stores so many variables. So what do I mean by it stores so many variables? So let's say that A is equal to 1, B is equal to 2, C is equal to 3, all like that. So writing this, these are variables. So a list can actually store everything at the same time. So there are two ways of creating a new list in Python, which is we can say that this is a list. So let us call this list an array, like this. So let's say that an array, which is this, we can either use this square bracket, this 2 square bracket, or using this list, like this list function. So this is how to create a list in Python. So this can just be stored like this using these 2 square bracket, like this. So 1, 2, 3, like this. So all this information here, everything is here. So we can just say that A is equal to array. This is indexing. We talked about list indexing in my 4th Python course that we are working with strings. So this is just the same thing as indexing an array in Python. Array is the same thing as list in Python, unless you're talking about other programming language which they are different. So I'm not going to be explaining the difference between an array and a list, but in Python they are actually the same thing. So we can say that A is equal to array of 0, B is equal to let me actually clear this off because we've assigned it already. So B is equal to array of 1, and C is equal to array of 2. So index starts with 0 and also ends with -1. So if I'm going to be saying that C is equals to array of -1, it means I'm talking to at the end of the list. So if I should print C like this, we are going to get 3 as our output, because -1, according to slicing in Python, it's just the end value. So by saying that C is equals to array of 2, which simply means we have 2 as our last value, which is this index of 0, 1, 2. So that is how it works. So if I should print A also, we're going to get the same thing, which is 1. If I should print B,
like this, we're going to get 2, which is this value. But what if we don't want to print these values like this? We want to read this. So we're going to be working with for loop in this section like this. We're going to be working with for loop and while loop by looping through this array and get each values, assigning a one variable to each variables inside this array. So we can simply say that for elements like this, for element in array, we can print element. So this is the same thing as for each element. Okay, let me say that this is number. For each number, just to make you guys understand, but according to the naming convention, we use element, we use I, we use J, but we're going to be getting over that soon. So for num in array, print num. So which simply means for each number in this array, print each number. It means that this num is equal to this, then it's going to go to the next value. Since we are working with for loop, then this num is going to be 2 again, num is going to be 3, and that is how it works. So if we run this code now, we are going to get a 1, 2, 3, which is this value. You can store so many data types in Python. This is the difference between an array and a list in Python. If you're working with other programming language, as an array, it only takes one data type, which is 1, 2, 3, like this. But if we're talking about list, like this is the difference between list. It can take so many data types, different data types. You can take hello, it can take 1, like this, it can take 2, it can take 2.3. So let me clear this. So these are different data types. This is a list, an integer, and a float. So this is the difference between an array and a list. So an array can also take a just same data type all through, while a list can take a different data type. So that is just the difference. Don't get confused about an array and a list. So if I should say that for num in array, so changing this array back to list now, we're going to get hello 1 and 2.3. You see, this is the output we got, hello 1, 2.3. So that is how Python works with list. Now let me show you how to use the list function in Python. So we have this L, so let us name the variable to be L. L is equal to list, like this. This is a list function. So let's print L like this. So we have this output, which is an empty list. So to add a list inside a list, which is this is the list function, you can just say that 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. So by printing this, so let us get the output. We have this output as 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't see any reason of creating it like this than just to create it like this. So you can also create it like this, which is the same output. But the use of the list is that by using this list function, you can add a range value inside this list function by saying that this is a range of 1 to 5, since we are creating an ordered list. So the range of 1 to 5, I explained range in my third Python course, which is working with numbers in Python. We said this range, which we have begin, the end, -1, and also the step. But the step is optional, which is default value is actually 1. So we only need the begin and the end for now, unless you are solving a problems in Python. So if I should print L is equals to a list of range 1 to 5, then print L, we are going to get 1 to 4 as our output. So let me run this code. We got 1 to 4 as our output, which is just the same thing because we are creating an ordered list in Python. So let us move to let me create a new list in Python. Let me call this fruit, like this. Fruit is equal to So I want to look through this fruit list like this. I want to look through this fruit and I want to write something in front of this fruit. So I can just say that for fruit, in fruit like this. Now look at the variable name. We have for each fruit in fruit, this fruit list. So it means that we are assigning each fruit to be equal to this fruit to be equal to this fruit all the way up to the end of the fruit list. So I want to see that print like this, fruit plus is a fruit. Now let us try to get this output. We have so let me run this code. We have this output as orange is a fruit, apple is a fruit, mango is a fruit. And that is just it for Python. Let me actually explain this code. We have for fruit in fruit, this fruit, a new variable which is the variable name. So this is the syntax for each element in a sequence. So that is the syntax for each fruit in fruit. Print this fruit because this fruit is this fruit, also this fruit, and also this fruit. So fruit is a fruit. So we printed apple is a fruit, orange is a fruit, mango is also a fruit. So how can we loop through a list using while loop? How can we do this? So let us have this variable. We have this I to be equal to 0. We know that inside while loop there must always to be a condition for while loop. So while like this, while I is less than the length of what? So let me create a new variable. Let me call it number is equal. I want to add 1 to 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way up to 5 like this. So I will explain this code later when I write this. So while let me make this number, but it's going to get you confused. So let me just leave it as I. While I is less than length of number, we want to add each number in this. So we increment I plus equals to 1. Then what are we going to be printing? We're going to be using slicing here. Firstly, I want to print all the numbers out first. So I like to comment this code here and put pass. So pass. I think it works like this. So let me run this Python code. We have the apple as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want to add each numbers to the number. So we are going to be creating a new variable which is, let us call it j is equals to 0. So I'd like to make this j plus equal to number, each number inside this. So we print j. So let me print j. We have the output as 15. Why is it 15? So let us try to sum it up. The formula is 5 times 6 divided by 2, which is 5 times 3, which is equals to 15. Yeah, the code is correct. Well, so we have I is equals to 0, j is also equals to 0. While I is less than the length of number, j plus equals to this number I, we are using slicing here. So for each of this number inside this range function like this, so this is 1 to 5. So I start from index of 0 since I is equal to 0 here, we are incrementing I. If you don't understand it, go back to my for loop and my while loop in Python and try to understand how increment works in Python, and also slicing. So we printed J here, which is we get our output as 15, like this. So let me try and give another example for you guys to understand. So let me create a new variable. So let me say that num is equal to 1 to -5, right? So what I want to do in this code is that I want to add all these negative numbers. I want to get their value. So adding this negative number, how are we going to be writing this code? So let us try to create a new variable. Let us say that k is equal to 0, like this, while k is less than the length of number, like this number variable. So while k is less than the length of number, I want to add this negative number. So it means that there will be a condition inside this code. So if num of k is less than 0, then what are we going to be doing? So let me create a new variable n to be equal to 0, like this. So I'm going to be saying that n plus equal to num of k. So we increment k plus equal to 1, print n. So let me run this code. So we have the output as -15 because -1, -2, -3, -4, all the way up to -5 is equal to -15. Let me let you guys understand this code. So we have this num is equal to 1 to 5. These are positive integer. I even forgot to write 4 here, but it doesn't matter. We are only adding the negative numbers. So we have this num to be equal to 1 to 5, and also the negative number to be equal to -1 to -5. So we create a variable k is equal to 0, n is also equal to 0, while k is less than the length of this num. So the length of this num is actually 10. The length of this num is 10. So we look through this num. So we check if this number, each number, is less than 0. Of course, negative number are always less than 0. So if they are less than 0, add this. So this is just the same thing as saying that n plus num of k, which is slicing it. We are indexing each numbers inside this array. So this is num of k, which is num of 0, since k is equals to 0. So this is 1, but 1 doesn't satisfy this condition, so it's going to start with -1. So n is equals to n plus -1, which is equals to, we have -1 as our first value. So the next value will be -1, -2, which is equals to -3, -3, -3, -6, -6, -4, which is equals to -10, and -10, -5, which is equals to -15. So we increment this k for us to keep looping inside this array till it ends this the end of the list. So we print n, we got -15 as our output. So I want you to write the code now to add the numbers of all these positive integers inside this list. So you can pause this video and try to solve the problem, then I'm gonna give the solution now. So now back to this code. I'm thinking maybe I should clear this. No, let me just leave it for you guys to understand. So let me create a new variable by just saying that let me use another variable name. We are using the same list, which is this num, like this. So let me just try and make it like this: a and b to be equal to 0 0. So while a is less than the length of num, right, we want to add the positive integers. So we all know that all the positive integers inside this array are greater than 0. So that should be the condition. So if num of k is greater than 0, right, they are all greater than 0, right? So if we have 0 here, like this, so you can make this greater than equal to 0, but we don't have 0, so let me just clear this. So you have to understand coordination well to be able to write programs in Python. So if num of k is greater than 0, we want to add each values. So we can see that b plus equal to num of k, right? Nice. So I'm using k here. I have to use a. I assigned another one, so I have to use a. So b plus equals to num of a. So then we increment a. A plus equals to 1. Print b. So let me print this code. So we have the output as 15. So that is how while loop, for loop works with list. There are more to them, but I'm not going to be showing everything in this video. Once you keep solving more problems in Python, you're going to understand how list works and also for loops, while loop. Right now, I'm still learning Python. Yeah, programming is very deep. You can't learn it finish. So let me just move to list method in Python. So we've talked about how to increment list in Python. So we have so many methods in Python, like this all these lists that we are writing. There is a method or a function to do this in just a second. So let me just move to list methods in Python. So let me see that a subject like this, subject list. Now let me print subject like this. So list methods, I have my output as mathematics, English, and also physics. But what if I want to add a value to this list? You might be thinking of doing like this. Let me add chemistry. So let us try to run this Python code and let's get the output. We got an error, can only concatenate list, not string, to list. But you can actually add this by just making this chemistry a list. So if we add this, we have mathematics, English, physics, and also chemistry. But instead of writing this code, there is a method to do this for you. So this is subject.append. We are appending chemistry to this list. So when we print chemistry, or when we print subject, we're going to get the same value. So append add value to the end of the list. So we've talked about append. It appends value to the list. We can append so many things. Basic electricity, like this. So let me print subject. I'm going to get basic electricity and also chemistry. So it appends to the end of the list. If I copy this, move this up here like this and try to run this code, we're going to get basic electricity first, chemistry, then the last. So Python is an interpreter language. It follows code step by step. So dot append add value to the end of the list. So what about dot pop? What is dot pop? So let us work with pop. Subject dot pop. Pop doesn't take any value. So if I try to print subject like this, I'm printing numbers. I don't know where it is. So if I try to print subject, we're not going to get chemistry. We're going to get only mathematics, English, physics, and also basic electricity. So what dot pop actually does is that it removes the end, the last element of the list. If I should copy this again and try it once again, we are not going to get basic electricity anymore. We need to get mathematics, English, and physics. If I should paste it again, we are going to get only mathematics and English. So that is just what dot pop does in Python. So we also have one function, so which is we can also insert a value in a list. So let me insert chemistry. We've inserted chemistry already. We appended chemistry, sorry about that. So let me try and insert economics inside my subject list. So this can be done by using the subject dot insert like this. So this insert takes two arguments, which is the first one is an integer, which is the index you wish to insert a list. This is it up here. And also the second option, which is the object itself, which is the element. So let me say that I want to insert this value. I want to insert economics to my index 3. So which is this physics. So it means that physics is going to shift left, then we're going to have an economics here, then physics next. So let me insert it at index 2, which is 0, 1, 2. So let me insert it at index 2, then the object itself, economics, like this. So let me print subject. We are going to get economics. Sorry, we are not getting physics because we pop 3 times here. So let me get it again. So we have a mathematics, English, economics, and also physics. So that is what insert does in Python. When you keep practicing, your brain is going to master all these things. They are very easy. It just depends on practice, determination, and persistence. So let's move on with Python methods, list methods in Python. Sorry about that. So let me create a new list in Python by just saying that what can I create? Let me create a course like this. So I want to extend this course and also subject. So if I should try to extend something like this, let me see that I want to extend subject dot extend with course. So if I should print subject like this, so we have a mathematics, English, economics, physics, computer, petroleum, medicine. I spelled medicine wrong. Medicine. So let me run the code. We have computer, petroleum, and medicine. So it means that we extend this subject and also this course inside this course inside the subject list. So let me call this courses because we have so many courses here. So this is just the apple. So let's move on to list in Python. Let me create a new list. Let me call this numbers is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want to sum up all these numbers like this. So let me print. We're going to be using a function in Python. We're going to be using the sum function, which is sum numbers. We are summing all the numbers. Let me print my subject. I want my subject to be shown. Subject. So we have 15 because this is the sum of all these numbers. So let me comment it here. Add all numbers in an array. So what if this is a string? We are going to get an error. I don't want to try that. We're going to get an error. So we have other functions also. We have print main of numbers. This is going to take our list, the list itself, main of numbers. So print max of numbers like this. So let me comment this and also comment this. Get the lowest number in an array, and also get the largest number in an array. Right? So let me run this code. We're going to get 1 and 5. So if we have something like -1, 0, to know that we have -1 as the lowest and also the largest is 5. Even though if they are on all that, like let me give this -2, let me give this 200. So let me run this code. We have the largest as 200 and the lowest as -2. It doesn't matter if they are all that or not. So to sort this array, so there is a function which is also called sorted like this. And this is going to take our numbers like this. So let me print the sorted of numbers. We got -2, -1, 0. So this sorted actually sorts the numbers. If you want to reverse this, reverse is equal to true. By default, the reverse is equal to false. So we're going to get from 200 all the way up to -2. So let me run this code. We got 200 all the way up to -2. So let me make this another one like this, because I'm uploading this code, so I have to comment everything just to let you guys understand how it works. So this is going to sort the array in ascending order. So sort array in descending order. Now that is how it works. So let us move to another one. If we are counting something in our array, we want to count this. So let us say that we want to count a number. Numbers.count. Let's say that we have another 4 here. We have 3, another 3 here. We have 2, and also we have 5, right? So this count will take the element in the array. So let me print numbers.count 3. This will give me the output as the amount of 3 that is inside the list. So we only have 2 3s inside this array. we only have 4 or so on. So let me just to let you guys know that it is really counting the array. So let me input 4. We're going to get 3 because we have 4 3s inside the array. So that is how the occurrence am I getting this occurrence wrong? Occurrence of an element in an array. So this is how it works. So let's move to another method in array. We have so many methods for list in Python. I'm not going to be treating all, so I'm just going to be treating the useful ones inside this video. You can discover them yourself by saying that I'll print numbers dots. So you're gonna get all these methods inside array. So we have one which is sort. Sort works like sorted, but I'll give you difference between a function and also a method. So this sorted is a function. It returns a value, but this is a method, numbers dot sort. This doesn't return any value. So numbers has been sort. It has been saved directly to the numbers. So even though I print numbers like this, we are going to get the number sorted. So we have -2. Even though you go back, you change this to 100 like this and print it, you are still going to get it sorted every time sorted. So that is how sort work. So it probably works like sorted but doesn't return any value. So it saved the list as we sort it like that. So let us move to another one in Python, because I'm going to be working with more functions in Python. So let me just comment this like this. I don't want it to be running. I want my original list to be running. So which is this. So let me talk about remove method in Python. So if I should say that print numbers dot remove like this, remove, let me say that I want to remove 0 from this list. So let me run this code. We are going to get none because it doesn't return anything. So I have to clear this and just print numbers. So let me run this code. So here we have 0 and here we don't have 0. It means that it has removed 0. So instead of using the remove method, you can also use this keyword, which is delete numbers. That is, if you know the index of the number. So 0 is at index 1. So if I should say that remove the numbers of numbers 1, so this is the index of 1, which is 0. So if I should print numbers, so I have to comment this because it will probably remove 1. So let me run this code. We got same thing using the delete keyword. So let me talk about index. So print numbers dot index of 5. I commented this delete numbers because it deletes one of my elements and it's just gonna get me confused. So print numbers of index 5. So it means that this is the element. I want to get the index of this my element inside this list. So if I should run this code, we're going to get let me count this: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 5 is at index 8. And this is just what I'm going to be showing you about list inside this video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. We are going to be working more on Python, especially all these data types in Python in our full short course. Tuples in Python is a data structure that stores an ordered sequence of values in Python. It means that tuple is ordered and also unchangeable. So it means that tuple is immutable. You cannot change tuple when you store the value. Like let's create a new tuple using Python. Like new tuple like this is equal to we're going to be using two parentheses, so you can either store integer, float, or string, and even boolean. So let's say that 2, 3, 5, 4.3 like this. So if I should print my new tuple here, we are going to get these values as our output. So let me run this code. We got 2, 3, 5, and 4.3. So if I should add a string like hello, false, we are still going to get the same thing. Like we only have 2, 3, 4.3, hello, and false. So what do I mean by this change? This change is that you cannot change a tuple using a function or a method in Python. So it is always ordered. You can either use dot count or dot index method in Python. That is the only two methods that tuple has, built-in methods, sorry. So we printed new tuple and we got our output as 2, 3, 5, and 4.3, hello, and false. So if I should see that new tuple like this, new tuple of 0 is equal to I want to change these 2 to another value, like these 2 to be equal to 6. So if I should print my new tuple like this, we got an error. Tuple object does not support item assignment, so it means that tuple cannot be changed. So this is exactly what I mean. So I'm using index here. So index 0 is 2. So if I should say that new tuple of 0 is equal to 6, we're going to get an error saying that object does not support item assignment. So tuple is immutable. So let me comment this like it is always immutable. So you can loop through new tuple. So let us loop through new our tuple now. So if I say that for I in new tuple, print I, we are going to get our output as usual, like 2, 3, 4.3, hello, false. You can also use while loop, like saying that j is equal to 0 while j is less than the length of new tuple, print new tuple. Here I'm using indexing, so I'm just printing it, I'm not changing anything. J plus equal to 1. So we are going to get the same output. So we have this output at the same. So one stopped here and the other begins here. So it's just exactly the same thing. So I'll have to comment this code out because I don't want it to run. So let me just comment this. Or I don't want to clear it off and just put pass. This is pretty useful. So let me put pass. So let me create a new tuple variable, like let me create a fruit like this. Fruit is equal to apple, banana, and mango, like this. So let's print the type of fruit. So let us get the apple
we have the output as class tuple. It means that we can use tuple method like this inside this tuple like this. So running this code, it's just the same thing. So let me print fruit like this. So we have our apple as banana, apple, banana, and mango. Let's add more tuples. So let's just call this fruit 1 and fruit 2. Let me make it fruit 2. So you can add two tuples together, like fruit is equal to fruit 1 plus fruit 2. So let me print fruit like this. Now we're going to get apple, banana, mango, orange, and also grape. Let's check if a certain element is in a certain tuple, like fruit. This will be the element first. Print orange in fruit like this. So orange is in fruit 2. We are going to get an output to be equal to true. So we have the output to be equal to true. So if we input something that is not there, like what kind of code is fruit? Okay, let me just type anything like this and just print this in this. So we are going to get false because this element is not in this tuple. So it works like list also. So we can also use slicing. Let me say that number is equal. So I'm creating a new tuple now. Number is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 like this. So if I should print number of 2 to 3 like this, we are going to get we only get 3 comma because this. Let us count this 0, 1, 2. So this is 3 to like this. So we won't get any value. So since this is 3 minus 1, so if I should change this 3 to 5 and run this code, we are going to get 3, 4, 5 because of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5 minus 1, which is this. So it is in index 4. So we're going to get 3, 4, 5 as our output. So this is also slicing. You can also print number of -1. So this will give me the last element, which is 5 as my output. So it works really like list in Python. We also have another thing like print number, like print number dot count a certain element. So if I'm going to be counting 3, and let me add more 3 here, like this. So this is going to give me my output as 3 because we have 3 3s in this tuple. So if I should add something like 4 and change this value to 4, we're going to get our output as 2 because we only have 4 2s in this tuple. And that is just how tuple works. Let me remove an item in tuple by creating a new tuple, then converting it to list, then converting it back to a tuple. So that is how you can remove an item in tuple. So let's say that num1 is equal to 1, 2, 3. So this is our 3 numbers. So to remove an item in a tuple, like this is already tuple, so you have to convert it back to list by saying that num1 is equal to list of num1. So it means that
new number num1 is equal to the list of this num1. So let me remove a number. So it's already a list now. So I can say that num1 dot remove. Let me input the element that I want to remove. Let me say that I want to remove 3 or maybe 2. It's your choice. So print num1, right? Now if I should print num1, we are going to get our output as 1 and 2, and this is a list. So to convert this list back to tuple, you will have to use this tuple method like this. Now I have my output as 1, 2, so it's now a tuple. So you can just store this back to a tuple by just saying that num1 is equal to tuple of this, then print num1. So we have the output as 1, 2. So it's just the same thing, but it takes so many steps. So let me clear the screen. You can also delete a tuple using the delete keyword. Just delete num1 like this. Now just run the output. Now printing num1 under displays because Python is an interpreter language. So this is still working, but it won't work anymore here. We are going to get an error saying that num1 doesn't exist. So we have num1 is not defined because we already deleted the tuple at this line. So line number 29. So under this line number 29, num1 won't be defined, but it will still be defined here. So that is how Python works. So let's move to indexing tuple in Python. So you can index something in Python like let us set our num2 to be equal to, you can also use num1 because we've deleted it here and it's not defined. So I'll have to comment this because it will be bringing error and it won't run others. So num1 is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. Or 5, right? So print num1. Let me run this code. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So to get the index of a certain element in tuple, so we have to say that the variable name num1 dot index like this. Index, now it give us suggestions that okay, this is value. We're going to be inputting an element here, which is you can input the element you want, it's your choice. So I'm just going to be input 5 to get the index of 5. Now the output is equal to false because this 5 is at index 4 because it starts with 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's at index 4, input 4, we're going to get index 3. So it's working perfectly. So let's move to unpacking. So when we create a tuple, we normally assign a value to it. So this is what we call packing. So what do I mean by unpacking? So let us try to unpack something like this is how it works. So let me just begin with the code. Let me see the fruit like this. I love fruit a lot. Fruit, apple, banana, and also grape like this. So we want to unpack fruits. Like you can make this a new tuple, but I won't call it tuple because we are assigning it to a tuple. So we can say that green, yellow,
they are underlined because they are not defined, we've not assigned them. And also grape, which is color red, is equal to fruit, like this. Now if I should print green, print yellow, and also print red, like this, and run the code, we got the output as apple, banana, and grape. So it means that we assigned this green to be equal to apple, yellow to be equal to banana, red to be equal to grape. And that's exactly what an unpacking is. So this is an unpacking, this is packing. Exactly. So it means that even though you didn't create a fruit variable, you can just say that green, yellow, and red is equal to a tuple, like apple, like this, apple, banana, and also grape. We're going to get the same output. So we have the apple as apple, banana, grape. So we assigned this variable to each of the elements inside this tuple, and that's exactly how it works. So we also have one that we're going to be using asterisk in tuple. So what this asterisk does is that if the number of variable is less than the number of values, you can add an asterisk to the variable name and the values will be assigned to the variable. And the law of this unpacking is that the number of variables must match the number of values in the tuple. If not, you must add the asterisk for it not to bring out the error. So let us play with this asterisk. So let me create a new number, like num1 is equal to 1 2 3 4 5 4 5, like this. So I want to unpack this num1. So let me say that 1 2 3, and let me print this. We're going to get an error because print 1, print 2, like this, and print 3. So let me try this. So we're going to get an error. We have the value error, too many values to unpack, too many, sorry. So what I can do here is that I can just add an asterisk, like this. So if I should add an asterisk, it means that these 3 will be all these 3 numbers, these 3 remaining numbers, and the 1 will be only 1, 2 will be only 2, only 2 here, and these 3 will be these 3 numbers. Even though this number is not 3, if it is 5, if it is only 2 here, so these 3 will be these 2. So let me run this Python code. Now we have the output as 1 2, but it has probably changed it to list. So that's just how it works. Let me check if I can convert it back to tuple, like this. Tuple of 3. Now it has changed to tuple. So we have this output as 1 2 3 4. So I can just make it like this. Others are numbers, like numbers, like this. So let me add them. And print 3. Oh, what am I typing? Like this. So let me run this Python code. Let me clear the screen first for you guys to see it. So let's run this. So we have the output as 1 2 3, and also this 4 with a comma, it means that we have nothing left. So if it is a list, it won't bring out a comma, it will just be a one value inside a list. Okay, this is just it. So let me undo this. I want it to be tuple always, because we are working with tuple. So if I should add 5 here like this, we're going to get them 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So but 4 and 5 are tuples. So, and that is just it for this Python course. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. We're going to be working with dictionaries set, and we are done with all the data structures we have in Python. Data types, sorry, we have in Python. So that is just it. Set is a data type in Python that stores unordered of sequence, and it doesn't store duplicate value, and also it is unchangeable. So let's create a new set in Python. To create a new set in Python, let us call this universal set. So u is equal to an empty set. So we use two curly braces to create a new set in Python, or using the set function by just typing set with two parentheses. So those are the two ways of creating a new set in Python. Now, I said earlier that set doesn't accept duplicate value. So if I try to input something like in my set like this, let me input values in my set. So let me input 2, 4, 4, 3, 4, and print u, and we got our output as 2, 3, 4, and now Python has filtered all these duplicate 4s in my set. So set doesn't accept duplicate value, and it is unordered, and also it is unchangeable. So that is the features of set that you need to know at first. Now let's continue with set. We can do so many various things with set. I said set is unchangeable. So if I try to print my u using slicing like this, u of index 0, we are going to get an error. Now we have an error saying that type error set object is not subscriptable. So it means that we can subscript set. We can't use this index in our set. So even though we say that u like this of 0 is equal to 3, that is, we want to change our u and try to print u, our universal set, we are going to get an error. Set object does not support item assignments, just like tuple if we watch my last tutorial video. So let me clear this off to stop getting some errors in my set variable. So we also have for loop in set. So you can only use for loop to loop through an item in set. You cannot use a while loop because it is not subscriptable. You cannot subscript a set in Python. So let's give that a try. So let's say that for s in u, then print s. We're going to get our output as 2, 3, 4 because we looped through u and then we print each of the elements inside this u. So let us try to use while loop and let's see what is going to happen. So let's say that I is equal to 0 while I is less than the length of u like this. Then we print u, then we are subscripting u now, like u of I, then
incrementing I plus equal to 1. So let me run this program. We are going to get an error, set object is not subscriptable, and this is where the error comes from, line 8, because we cannot subscript a set in Python, so we cannot use while loop for set in Python. We can only use for loop. So to get the total length of u, this is by printing the length of u, and that is just it. You're going to get 3. This is the output here. This is 3 because set has filtered all these elements because it doesn't accept duplicate value, and that is just it for set. Now let's continue with set by going through intersections, symmetric difference, subset is superset, and stuffs like that. We have so many methods for set, but I'll be treating the basic ones for this course right now. So let's move to pop in set. So let me clear my screen and let's pop out some values in set. So I'll try to add more values inside the set. So let me just remove these two first here and add some values like 5 and 7 and 6 like this. So let me add some values. So I just added some values now. To pop out of set, you can just type u.pop, just like C, just like list. Sorry about that. So if I should print u like this, we are going to get one item popped out of the loop. But let me comment this code because it takes some space for in my terminal. So let me just type pass and clear the screen again and we run the code. So we have the output as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now looking at this output, we don't have 2 anymore, even though 2 is here. Let me copy 2. Sorry. Let me copy 2 to back. We are still going to get 2 as the removed value because what this dot pop does is that it sorts this set. After sorting it popped out from the beginning of the set. So that is how dot pop does. Unlike list in Python, it only pop out element from the back of the list, but set pop out from the beginning of a set. So that is how dot pop up. So if I should pop another list now, like dot pop, you're going to get 3 as the removed value. So we only have 4, 5, 6, 7 left, and that is just it. So let's move on. We have so many methods for set. So let me redo my code. I type in using this Ctrl Y or Ctrl Z. So I will have to comment this. Let me create a new variable and call it boolean is equal to true or false. That is, we can also store some other data types in our set, not only integer numbers or string. We can store so many various data types or Python data types in set. So we set our new set to be equal to boolean, which is equal to true and also false. Those are the 2 elements in this set. Now if I should print boolean, we are going to get false as our, let me print boolean like this. We're going to get false as the first element because computer works with 0 and 1, and in computer false is actually 0 while true is actually 1. So Python actually sorts this element inside set. So that's how Python works. So let me create a new variable and call it e to be which denotes as element to be equal to let me say that this is apple, banana. Let me just leave it like this. So to add an element to a set in Python, we use this method e.add, then you input the element you wish you add. So let me input something like mango and print E. We got our output as mango, banana, and apple because we've added mango to this E. To remove an element in a set, we are going to be using this e.remove. We have two methods that we can use. E.remove, then you input the element you wish to remove. So let me input apple, and let's say I want to remove apple and print E. So we have the output as only mango and banana. Now we don't have apple anymore because we've removed apple. So if you don't want to use this .remove method, you can use discard, e.discard the element you wish to discard. So if I should discard apple and run this Python code, set has no attribute discard. So I actually type discard, not discard. So discard, this is it, corrected. So we have our output as mango and banana, and that is just how it works. Now let's move to set operators. So we have intersections, we have union, we have is disjoint, is subset, is superset. We have so many various other data types in Python, but I'm not gonna be implementing all those in this file. So let me just create a new file and save my new file as so we've saved our new file so we can start running our code. So let me create a new variable. A is equal to, let me add some values, 2, 3, 4, 5, and B is equal to 3, 2, 6, 7, like this. Now to print the intersection of A, we're going to type A dot intersection of B. Now what this intersection does is that it returns the element that appears in both sets. So looking at this set, what are the elements that appears in both? We have 2, 3 here and also 3, 2 here. So we only have our output to be equal to 2, 3. So if I should run this code, we have our output as 2, 3 because the intersection of these two sets is only 2, 3. So A intersection B is equivalent as saying that B intersection A. So it's just the same thing. So we have the same output. And also we have one operator in Python if you don't want to type this method B intersection A or intersection B. So this is just by typing A and B, like this. So if I should run this code, we are going to get 2, 3 as our output, which is just the same thing as B intersection A or A intersection B. Now let's move to union. So to print union in Python, we have A dot union of B, like this. So let me run this code. I have my output as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the definition of union is that it returns all the elements and remove the duplicate values. So what do I mean by it returns all the elements? Now looking at this element, looking at this output, we have all the elements here, but we have 3 2s, 2 2s, and we have our elements to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it means that it returns all the elements, then remove the duplicate value. That is just a simple definition for union. So to use an operator for union, the operator for union is actually absolute, which is beside the curly braces. So print A absolute B, which is the same thing as saying that B absolute A. It's the same thing. So if I should run this Python code, we are going to have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and also 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because this is equivalent to this. Now let's move to another thing. We also have symmetric difference. So if I should print a dot symmetric difference, symmetric difference of b, symmetric difference of asymmetric difference b is the same thing as saying that b symmetric difference a, because it is symmetric. So the output that we are going to be getting here is actually 4, 5, 6, 7, because the difference of these two sets is only 2 and 3, because the difference of these two sets is only 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry about that. So we have this 2, 3 is here, 2, 3 is also here, which Python is going to remove them and give us the difference in this list. So that is what symmetric difference is. So the operator for symmetric difference is actually a to the power of b, like this. So let me just remove all the suggestions. So this is what symmetric difference is. So if I should run this Python code, we are going to get to exact values as our output. So we have the output as 4, 5, 6, 7, and also 4, 5, 6, 7, which is pretty good. So that is just what symmetric difference does. It removes the difference of two sets. So it returns the difference of two sets and remove the values that appears in both. Now let's move to different. Print a dot difference. I type two i's here. A dot difference of b, like this, which is the same thing as saying that a minus b. So let me run this code. We are going to get our output as 4, 5, because difference is not commutative. So we have the difference of a to b is that this is 2, 3, and also this is 3, 2. The difference of a is just only 4, 5. So the output is going to be 4, 5. So in this case, the difference of b, so let me say that diff of b to a, like this. Let me just make it like this. The diff of b to a is not equal to the diff of a minus b, diff of b. So we are going to get two different values. If I should change this like this, print b dot different of a, and also the operator print b minus a. Now let me run this code. This one should be 6, 7. So the output is 6, 7, and for this it is 4, 5, because the difference of b to a is only 6, 7. 3, 2, 2, 3 are cancelled, so we only have 6, 7 left, and the difference of a to b is just only 4, 5. So it's only symmetric difference that add these two difference and give it that as the output. And that is just it for these operators. So we have is subset, is superset, and also is disjoint, which only returns the Boolean values, true or false. So let's get into this. Let me create a new variable just to prove my my set is subset and also is superset. Now let me create a new variable by saying that x is equal to, so let me run this code. Print x dot is subset of y. Now my output will be true. Yeah, the output is true because all this element is a subset of this element. So 3 is here, 4 is here, 5 is here, and also this is 6. So all these elements is a subset of this, while y is a superset of x. Now let me prove this. Print x dot is superset of y. We are going to get our output as false because x can never be the superset of y. The first proof is that the length of x is less than the length of y. That is the first proof. The second proof is that all this element is lesser than y. If I should run this code, we are going to get true, which is this first one, x is subset of y, which is true, and the second one should be x is superset of y, which is false. So if I should change this to be y is superset of x, we are going to get true because y is superset of x. So even though if I change this to y is subset of x, we are going to get false because y is not subset of x. And that is just for it for superset and is subset for in set in Python. So let me move to disjoint. So what is disjoint does is that it returns an item A if A is not present in B. So it returns a Boolean value if a specific item is in Y. So it returns false like that. So let me prove this. Print x dot is disjoint of y. So if I should run this code, hopefully I'm going to get false as my output because all these elements are in y. So if I should add 9, so let me try and add 9 and try to get the output. I still get my output as false because the law says that return true if item A is not present in item B. So we still have so many present values here. So if I should clear this off like this, we don't have 9 here. So if I should run this code, we are going to get true as my output because we don't have any of these value. Let me add more values, like let me add 10, let me add 13, let me run this code. We are going to get our output as true because all these values are not in y. You can also change this to be y and also x like this. So we have the output as true because this is true. All the elements of y are not in x. So that is just for it for disjoint. It returns true if item x is not present in item y. That is just a simple definition. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video.
So what is dictionaries in Python? Dictionaries in Python are used to store items in key value pairs. A dictionary is changeable and does not accept duplicate values. As I have said at the beginning of my video, I said all what I'm going to be doing in this tutorial video is going to work for all versions of Python. So I need you to know that as of Python version of 3.7, dictionaries are ordered. In Python 3.6 and earlier, dictionaries are unordered. So you need to update your Python before starting this video. Without further ado, so let's get started. So to create a new dictionaries in Python, we are going to be using a curly braces, just like set,
but we have the key value pairs. So let's name a variable. So let's say that new dict like this is equal to these curly braces like this. Now this is a set. So to make it a dictionary, we are going to be adding the key. So let's say that this is key and this is value. So this is the definition of dictionary. So if I should print new dict like this and run my Python code, I got my output as key and value, and that is just it. So let me add a new dictionary. So let me call this car. Car is equal to so I want to add so many keys and values inside my dictionaries now. So the first thing I'm going to be adding is brand. So let me call this brand the brand of a car. So let's say that this is Toyota. Second one, we have model. So let's see that this is Corolla or Camry. It must be a string. You can add other data types, and also I can add year. The year it was created, I think it was 2018, and this is it. This is 2018, and you can even use an integer to be a year, like 1 to be a year. So this doesn't matter. This is a key itself, and this is the value given to the key. So let me just change this back to year like this. So and print car. So if I should run my Python code, the output is brand Toyota and model Camry year 2018, which is just exactly what we type here. So what if we want to get something like the items inside this car? So let me print car.items like this. So and run this code. We have the output as dict items brand Toyota model Camry year 2018. So which simply means we can use a dict function to create a new dictionaries in Python by saying that so let me call this d is equal to dict like this. So this is an empty dictionary. We can add dictionaries inside this dict function. So let me just clear this off and print another one, like print car dot keys like this. So if I should run this Python code, we are going to get brand, model, and also year. So because these are the keys that we have inside this car dictionary. So if I should run this code, so we got exactly the same thing, which is brand, model, and year. Let me clear my screen. So we have also print car dot values. So in this case, we are going to get the values given to the key, which is Toyota, Camry, and the year, which is 2018. So we got the same thing, Toyota, Camry, and 2018. We can also loop through dictionary. So let us try for loop for let's say that for x in car like this. This is just from my kite that I'm using. So for x in car, print x. What do you think the output would be? So let's run this. In this case, we got brand, model, and year, which simply means this loop at default here, this is just car.keys like this. So for x in car.keys, which is brand, model, and Camry, we are going to get the same thing, which is brand, model, and year. Sorry, I said Camry the other time, so this is year. So to get the items like this, Toyota, year, Toyota, Camry, and also 2018. I think it will be better if I should make this like this. I think it will be better now. So we have the brand Toyota, model Camry, and also year 2018. It's just the same thing. So to get the items as our output, so we're going to change this just to items like this and run this Python code. We got brand Toyota, model Camry, and year 2018. So these items have both the keys and the values as our output, which is brand Toyota, model Camry, and also year. So to get the values only, this is just car.values. Then we have the output as Toyota, Camry, and 2018. I also said earlier that we have we can change dictionaries. So what do I mean by this change? This is just like other data types. You can change set and also you can change tuple, but in dictionary you can change it just like a list. So in this case, let's say that I want to change this brand to another name, maybe Tesla, model to another name, and also year to another name. So in this case, I can see that car like this, using this slicing, then you input the key, which is the brand. So in this case, this kite is giving us suggestions like this. So this is why kite is very good. It is auto completion, just like an AI. It helps you complete your code. So if I should click on brand now, this just give me brand. Brand is equal to, I can change this to Tesla like this, then car again. So I want something like model. I did brand again. Model is equal to, let me say that model S, Tesla model S, and year. I don't actually know the year, so I think we have something like 2020. Yeah. So if I should print car like this and run the Python code, now it has changed. Now we got brand Tesla model S. Let me clear my screen for you guys to see it. Now we run the code. We have brand Tesla model, which is model S, and also year 2020. So this is how we change the value inside our car. I said earlier that duplicate is not allowed in dictionary. So if I should go back to my car dictionary and add something like year again, which is this, and print year to be maybe 2017 like this. So this is underlined in red because I did not put a comma. So we have year 2018 and also year 2017. So if I should run this car, like print car like this, and let's see what we're gonna get as our output. In this case, we got brand Tesla model S, and year it's still 2020. So it means that it doesn't accept duplicate value. So this year 2017 is not useful. And you might be thinking, because I changed it here, so let me clear this off and just run this code. So if I should run this code, I'm going to get my output as year, which is 2018. Sorry, I got 2017, but year 2018 is not there. So in this case, it doesn't accept duplicate value. So let me just clear one off and add back and update my this year is equal to 2020 and print car now. I got my actual output. And yeah, what if we try to type the key that is not inside our car? What is going to happen? Are we going to get an error, or Python is going to add that key automatically? Select that car of color is equal to white. We don't have white we don't have color key inside our car dictionary, but yeah, I said color, the car color, which is equal to white. So if I should print car now, are we going to get an error, or Python is just going to add this color dictionary inside our car dictionary? So let's try this. Now the output is brand Tesla model S, year 2020, and color, which is white. So if you try to type a key that is not already in dictionary and you give it a value, then Python will automatically add it to the dictionary. So in this case, this is number one steps to add a key to a dictionary. So to print the type of car, like we want to print the type of car, just to get maybe it is a dictionary or not. So in this case, we are going to get class dict. So this is it. We have class dict. So this is the type of car. It means that car is a dictionary. So if I should say that print type of new dict and run this Python code, this is also a dictionary. So which is a class dict. We can also do so many various things with this new dict. This is just a definition for dictionary. I just created this. It doesn't mean anything. It is also a dictionary. You can add anything to your dictionary. So to check if a key is in a dictionary, so this is going to return a true or false, which is a boolean value as our output. So let's say that print, we want to check if we have a model in dictionary, model in car. Now run this Python code. Now the output is true because we have this model key inside our dictionary. So in this case, if I should input something like that is not in the dictionary, something like so let's say that fruit, like this, fruit in car, we don't have fruit in car, the output will be false because we don't have this key fruit inside our car dictionary. So this is just checking like this. So this is just a checking. So let's begin to use some dictionaries built-in methods like update, pop item, and other stuffs, and add. So in this case, we have car color white. So if I should try something like car dot update, so we want to update our car. In this case, this is going to take a dictionary as the input. So we input the key that we want to update, color, and also, so let's change this to blue and run this code. So if I should print car here, car will still be color will still be white. So if I should print car here, the color will be blue. Let's try this. Now here we have the color as white, and also here we have the color as blue. So it means that car has updated this car.update has updated dictionary. Update also works like this, like if we don't have this key inside our dictionary. So let me add a new key. So let me say that type, a car type. What can a car type be? So let's say this is SUV shape. I think it is in SUV shape like this. So let me print car. We are going to get this type added, but here it doesn't add anything because Python is an interpreter language. It executes code step by step. So in this case, we only have all these items at first. Then later we updated the item then we print car. So this output will be different from this output in this case. So we have type SUV shape, and here we only have color, which is white. To delete a dictionary completely in Python, we type just this delete keyword, then delete car. This is the auto suggestions. So I have deleted car like this. If I should print car, this will even see that car does not longer exist, so it will bring out error. So let's run this code. Now we have name car is not defined, but others are still running, I guess. Yeah, others are still running, but from here that we deleted car, it won't run. So in this case, this is how delete works. So this delete car completely, but I still don't want to delete the car now. So let me comment this delete work car. You guys already know what it is and how it works. So we can also copy a car dictionary. So to copy a car dictionary, we have two ways. So in this case, I'm going to be showing you the first way using a dict function. So let's say that car2 is equal to dict using this dict function of car. So right now, if I should print car2, we are going to get the same output. So let me run this code. Now it's exactly same output. It means that we've copied this car2. So let me comment this. This is how to copy a car in a car dictionary. So let's say that car2 is equal to, I think this is car1 dot copy, I guess. Oh, sorry, we only have car dot copy. So let me run this code. Now it's exactly same thing too. So these two codes are the same thing. So they both copy dictionaries in Python. So this is the first way, and this is the second way using a dictionaries method. So we have pop and pop item. So what pop does is that it's going to pop up a specified item, that is the item you passed in. So let's say that car2 dot pop, I want to pop in pop out model. So let me pop out model and print car2. So run this code. Yeah, we won't have the model anymore. Model is gone. We only have brand, year, color, and also type. So in this case, we don't have model anymore. And also pop item. Pop item only remove the inserted last element. So car2 dot pop item like this, and print car2. Here we won't have this type anymore. So if I should run this code, now the type is gone and also the model. The reason why the model is gone is that we've already popped out the model here. So if I should comment this code, and also comment this, I don't want this to run, then car2.pop item, we will have the model, but the type won't be there. So it only pop out the last element. So we have the model, year, color, and the type is gone. So this is different between the pop and also pop item. This only happens in dictionary, not other data types. So here we're going to be working with .get methods in Python. So what we're going to be using as our example for .get method in Python is we are going to be creating a phone number converter. That is the user will input is our number, then Python is going to change it to word, like 1 to word like this, 1 like this. So in this case, so let's create this using dictionary. So the first thing that you're going to be doing is to create a variable of number, which is your dictionary. So let's call this number is equal to 1, which is going to be 1, like this. So we need to create that to 1 to 5. So we have which is this number, which is equal to 1 to all the way up to 1 to 5. You can create it to 1 to 0 to 9 if you want. So, but here I'm going to be using only 1 to 5. So to use .get method, so let's create a new variable. So let's call this result. Result is equal to an empty string like this. So I think we should be using input for our user to let the user input something. So let's say that user is equal to input. So user is going to be inputting a string. So then after that we will loop through what the user input. So let's say that for you in user like this, then result plus equal to the number dot get. So dot get, it's going to take two arguments, which is key, which is the first one. So the key should be u, then the default value, that is if it doesn't if the key is not inside the dictionary, then this is going to be our default value. So let's say that the default value should be null like this. Then I want space like this. So if I should print result, then run this Python code. Now it is waiting for me to input something to the screen. So let me just type something like let me see that user should type their phone number and rerun the code. This is give me no. Now this is phone. Let me input 2. Oops. Let me input 2, 3, 4, and let's get the output. Now the output is 3, 3, 4. I think there is something wrong with our dictionary. So in this case, I type 2 for 3. So this should be 2. And let me rerun this code. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the output is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I should try and input a key that is not inside our dictionary, we are going to Python is going to replace that as no. So let me input 0, 9, 0 and run this code. Now we have the output as no, sorry. So if this is 1, 2, 3 and 0, we are going to get the word 1, 2, 3. Then the last one should be null like this. So we have a 1, 2 and null. So in this case, this is going to replace the key if Python doesn't if the key is not inside our dictionary. So if I should let this like to repeat output u itself and run this code like this, and I print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we're just gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 6, 7. So I think that is just all for these dictionaries in Python. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video.
A function is a block of organized, reusable code that is used to perform a single related action. Functions also provide better modularity for your application and a high degree of code reusing. To define a function, we have the def keyword, which is used to define a function. Then we have the function name next to it, which is an identifier by which the function is called. Then we have the argument, which contains a list of value passed to the function. Then we have the function body, which are the statements inside the function. It is executed each time the function is called. Then we have the return value, which ends function call and send data back to the program. With that being said, so let's get started. So let's begin to create our own function. Def func name, then two parentheses, colon. And when you click on enter, this is going to be indented with 4 spaces. Then let's say print hello world. So in this case, we have to call this function to be able to use this function. So to call this function, we're just going to type func name like this, using these two parentheses. Now we are using the name of the function to call the function itself. So let's run this code. We have the output as hello world. So this is how function work. Now, what if I type something like print like this and print func name? Now here we see hello world and none, which simply means that we are not returning anything. We are only printing something inside the function. So by default, Python is doing this. So you see this is hello world and none. If I just change this to 0 and run this, I'm gonna get hello world and 0. But if I should call the function without using this print function, just call the function, we're only gonna get this. So let's run this. Now the output is hello world. Now let me clear this return value. We're going to be working with this later. So let's create another function. This is just a basic function, which is func name print hello world. So def greet like this, using these two parentheses, and here we can print hello always appear like this, then call the greet function with two parentheses like this. So I'm calling this function, this greet function here. Hello always appear. So what do you want the user to use this function? Yeah. So there is something called parameter. So if I should write name here, now I'm giving this function a parameter, then I can pass the name inside of this greet function, which is an argument. So if I should input Bob Alice in this case, and here I can use this name parameter. So I can say print hello plus name in this case. So if I should run this code, I'm gonna get hello Bob Alice. If I should come back here and rewrite this greet, then input always appear, and run this code, my output is hello always appear. So this is just how function work. So let's move on with function. Instead of using this print, we can just use a return keyword, but not now. We're going to be working with that inside this file. So let's create another function, def multiply. Let's say this is gonna take x and y like this. Now I'm giving these two parameters, which is x and y, separated with the comma, then 4 spaces, which is called indentation in Python. Then I can say print x times y like this. So in this case, I can call my multiplication function by saying that multiply 5 by 6. Now our output will be 30. Now the output is 30, which is working perfectly. And the thing is, we can also specify the type of value that we want the user to input. So you see that this name is a string, but these ones are integer. So we can just add this here, colon, then specify the type of value you want to get from the user, integer like this. Now we are specifying integer, and here we can specify string. So if I should run this code, we are still going to get the same output. So what if I specify string here and specify string here and run this Python code? Let's see what the output is going to be. We have 30. It is still working. Why? Because this is just telling the user that this is going to take a string. It does nothing. It's just telling the user, okay, this is how our code is. This is how it is working. So this one is taking a string. This one is taking an integer. So that is just what it does. I think it is called annotation. So let me change this back to integer and integer. So our user can know that, okay, this function takes 2 parameters, which is an integers. Accurate. Now let's create another function, def add, let's say a and b and c like this, then print a plus b plus c in this case. So I can call my add function. So if I should run this code, I'm gonna get the addition of this number. Now let's say that we want to take a float in this case, because the user can decide to input something like, so we are telling the user that this is going to take a float. The user can decide to input something like 2.3, 2.5, and just leave the 3 like that. So if I should run this code, my output is going to be 9.8. Now that is how function work. So this is just a basic function. Let's move to the return keyword. Here we're going to be returning value. We are not going to be printing it like this. So this is the return keyword file. Now let's create a function, def, let's call this greet once again. So inside this case, let's input something like, or let me just make this info, name, and age. So in this case, we can specify that this is a string. Now this is why it is useful, and we can say that this is age, this is an integer like this. Now we can return. So if I should type return, I can say that return using a formatted string like this. Let's say my name is name, which is this name here, this parameter. My name is name, and I am age years old, like this. So to call this function, we are not just going to be calling the function like this info. If I should try and run something like this, info, and give it a name, Mary, age 19. So if I should run this code, I'm not gonna get anything because I'm not printing anything inside of this function unless I type something like print 0, print hello, something like this. But we are not going to be getting this return keyword. So return expression, sorry. So this is hello, which is this only print. So let me remove this. Now to run this, we want to call our function. So this is going to be a print value. We're going to be using a print function here. Print info Mary 19, like this. Now we got this. My name is Mary and I am 19 years old. Accurate. So let's create another function for this. Def. Let's make this division. And this can be x and y. Then we can say return x divided by y, like this. So we are returning x divided by y. I can just print division of 5 and 6, like this. 5 divided by 6 is 1. Now let's Python do that. We have 0.833334. We have this 4 at the back because Python is working with binary. So probably changes to binary, then divide it, then convert it back to base 10. Because computer uses binary, so that is why we have this 4 at the back. So it is called precision. Now we've done this division. What if we input 0? We're gonna get can't divide by 0, which is 0 division error, division by 0. So which simply means that we can also specify a condition at first. So let's say if y is equal to 0, because this is our expression, so y must not be equal to 0. If y is equal to 0, just return cannot divide by 0. Else, then we can return this. So let's run this. We have the output as cannot divide by 0. So if this is not 0, if this is 10, 5 divided by 10, we have this as 0.5. So in this case, you can decide not to use this else condition because the return keyword only return one expression for the user. Return x divided by y. We're gonna get the same thing. So meaning is that if this return keyword returns something to the screen, it is always the last thing. That is exactly. So this return won't work anymore. So let's run this. We have 0.5. Now, since this doesn't satisfy the condition, it's just skipped it, boom. Then come back here, then return this. So if the condition is satisfied here, this is going to return this, and the return value only return one expression. In this case, then this is not going to work anymore. So let me change this to 0 and run this. Cannot divide by 0. Accurate. So this is for division. Let's create another function. So we're going to be writing a program that removes duplicate value from an array. So let's say def remove duplicate, which is just this, and this is going to take an array of duplicates. So let's specify this as a list data type. So in this case, we can just loop through the array for, let's say, element in array. Then let's create an empty list. So let's say removed, or let's call this new array. is equal to an empty list like this. Then we loop through the element, we check if element not in new array, then new array dot append element like this. Then this place we can return new array. Now let me call this remove duplicate. Then this is going to take argument since we've passed in this array parameter. Then this is going to take an argument. So inside this place I can pass in array of duplicate values. Let's just say 5, 4, and 3 like this. But I am returning new array, which simply means that I'm going to be using a print function. So let me wrap this with print function. Print like this. So let's run this code. Now we have this new array, which is 2, 3, 4, 5. So everything has been filtered out. So let me explain how this algorithm works. We have 4 elements in new in array, which is this array. If element not in new array, if the element, one of the elements, that is we are looping already, so if this element is not in this new array, then this is going to append it. So when it reaches these 2, now this condition is going to work. When it reaches these 2, that is we already have 2 in new array, then this is not going to work. Boom. So this is just going to skip it and continue the loop. Then this is going to go to 5. It check inside the new array, 5 is not there, then this is going to append 5. Then 4 again. Okay, 4 is already there, skip. 3 is already there, skip. So this is how the algorithm works. Print, remove duplicate of 2, 3, 4, 2, 5, 4, 3. And the thing is, we can reuse this. This is the usefulness of a function. Remove duplicate, we can use another array. So let's say like this and 7. Now here we have 3 7s. This is going to filter everything out. So let's run this. We have 6 7 8 3, which is working perfectly. The next thing that we need to do is to create a new function, as I have already said. So let's create a function to check if a number is prime or not. Def is prime. This is going to take an integer number, of course. So let's say num should be an integer like this. Then we can loop through for I in range of num. Let's start with 1, num plus 1. Then if I mod num is equal to 0, then let's say count is equal to 0 like this. Then we're going to increment count. Count plus equal to 1 in this case, then return count. So let me call my isPrime function isPrime like this. So let me input 5 and let's check if 5 is a prime. But this code is not complete. We only check if the I is equal to if the mod of num. So this should be if num mod I is equal to 0. Then we come back here, we check if count is equal to 2. As you already know what a prime function is, it has only two factors, which is 1 and itself. So if count is equal to 2, then we can return true, else return false. So if I should run this code, now my output is true because 5 is a prime number. So 2 is also a prime number, that is an even prime. 2 is a prime number. What if we try 1? Is 1 a prime number? False. 1 is not a prime number. And let's try another number. Let's try like 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 1. Let's try this. Okay, this is actually running the code. Def is prime. So let me say is prime of 57. Is 57 a prime number? Of course, 57 is not a prime number. So let me comment this. This is taking time to load, and we run my code. I have the output as false because 57 is not a prime number. I think that is 19 times 3, I guess. So that is just what this return keyword does. Now let's move to this keyword args. This keyword arg, let me just copy one of the function that I created here. Ctrl C and paste it here. Now I want to work with a keyword argument. So in this case, we have these parameters, name and age, then they are followed by their syntax outside of the function. So in this case, we can also specify like this. We can see that we want our age to be at the first one. So by writing it, age is equal to 19 and name is equal to Mary. So this is a keyword argument. So we are passing it using its parameter. Now, if I should run this code, I'm going to get the same output. My name is Mary and I'm 19 years old. So let's try for another one. Like this division. Paste it here. Now here, if I want my x to be 5, I can want my y to be 10, like this. Now here we're going to get the same output as 0.5, right? We can also exchange them like this. Y is equal to 5 and x is equal to 10. So if I should run this code, I'm just going to get 2.0 because x came first inside this expression. So we are saying that 10 divided by 5, which is probably equal to 2. So we are just exchanging them outside of the function. So that is what a keyword argument is. Now let's move to positional argument. These are few courses. Positional argument. So this positional argument, let me copy this Mary again. Don't worry, I can access this through my clipboard. So this is it. So we have def info, name, string, and also age string. So in this case, we can specify a positional argument by saying that age is equal to 10 by default. So in this case, if I should input only Mary as my argument, you know we have two parameters here. We have name and age. But this is what a positional argument does. We've already assigned it inside the function. So if the user doesn't input anything here, if the user only inputs name, then this code is going to use this age 10. Now if I should run this, I'm gonna get my name is Mary and I'm 10 years old. We can also do the same for this name by saying that Bob. So if I should only call this function without inputting anything inside of this parentheses, then I'm gonna get my name is Bob and I'm 10 years old. My name is Bob and I'm 10 years old. So you can also override this positional argument by input your specified argument. So let's say Alice is 15. Now let's run this. We have my name is Alice and I'm 15 years old. You see that it's not using this positional argument anymore. It's using this keyword argument that is outside. So this is just all for these functions in Python. There is gonna be some exercise for this video. Thanks for watching and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to receive new notifications. In this course, we are going to be working with exception handling in Python. We run Python code every time and we get errors. So in this course, I'm going to be showing you how to undo your errors. We have different types of error in Python. We have the type error, zero division error, value error, etc. So what's an exception? Exception is an event that occurs due to incorrect code or input. With that being said, so let's get right into this course. So let's begin to undo our errors in Python. So the first thing I'm going to be doing is to create a number. So I want the user to input something to the screen. So this should be an integer like this and print num. So let's run this Python code. So I input 5, my output is 5 because I requested for an integer. So let me rerun this code and input something like a letter. So we got the output as value error, invalid literal for integer with base 10, which is t. So in this case, we can use try and except to undo this error if we don't want all this bunch of to be our output. So we can just print a message that we want. So in this case, we will just do something like this. That is by pressing tab, which give us indentation in Python. So in this case, I'll just type try and except, yeah. Then the message that you wish to be the output if what the user input doesn't satisfy your case. So print, so let's just print invalid input. Invalid input. So let's rerun this code. Let me input t. We have the output as invalid input. We didn't get all those bunch of errors anymore, which is pretty good. So PyCharm is underlining this except was. So let's see what the suggestions like. We have two broad exception clause. Do not use bare exceptions. So which simply means that we can also specify the error that we want. But I really love to use except, so just capture everything together because I don't just want it to specify my error. So just except like this value error. So since this type of error is value error, so we just type except value error invalid input. So let me run this. We got value error. So what if we want to print n divided by 0? We know it is impossible to divide a number by 0, so that is just indeterminate, I guess. So like this. So what if I input 1 and just print this? We have 0 division error, division by 0. So in this case, I can just type except like this, except 0 division error. So print, we want the output to be indeterminate, like this. So let's rerun these and let me input 5. So that is 5 divided by 0, so we just get indeterminate. So that is just our error. We also have finally. So this is just try and except. So this finally just work like finally print things. This finally works like if either this one work or this except work, finally must be printed. That is the case. This is just by saying that only print this like this, print things. But you can just put finally. It's also useful, but not really. So finally print thanks. So this is just the error that you want the output to be. So it just depends on the program that you're writing that you want the finally to be printed every time. So print. Let me rerun this. We have 6. We must get these things. Even though this works perfectly, this try block works perfectly. Like, let me run this. I don't know why it's loading. It's taking much time. So 5. So we have this 5, and the thanks also printed out. So we simply means this finally just simply means just by typing this print, and like this just print thanks, and we run this 5, and it's just the same thing. And this is just all for these try and except block. You can create so many programs that will have this try and except. You can try creating a calculator using this try and except block that is going to do all what the user is going to input. So you can play with import error, zero division error, value error, type error, all other errors in Python, and even name error, the one with name is not defined. So you can play with all those errors in Python, and this is just it for this try and except video. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. In Python, we have two types of variable. In Python, we have the global and local variable. A global variable can be reached anywhere in the code, while a local variable can only be used where it is defined. So it can only be used inside a scope, whereby a function or any other place, maybe classes, but we haven't reached that. So let's just begin with this course. So we created this two variable, which is task, which is equal to subscribe, done is equal to true. So I have created these three functions, which is def func, and also the body of the function, and also this function also def second func with def.func. So in this case, since we've created this variable and we are using this variable inside these two functions, which simply means that by default, if you create this variable, it can be used inside this function. So what if this variable that I created, name, is equal to always appear? So I print name here. So let me type print name, and here I want to type print name. So let's run this code. I got my output as name error, name is not defined, which simply means by default these variables are global variable. So this itself is a local variable. It can be used only inside this function. So in this case, we can make this variable to be used also outside this function by adding a global, but not now. So let's clear this and run the function, which is func. So let us call the function and run this. Now we have the output as always appear, which is this name is working inside this function, but it's not working outside the function. So we have always appear and also thanks, because it is already done, since done is equal to true. So these two variables are global. It can be referenced inside this function and also this one. So if task is equal to subscribe, you go ahead. Then that is just yield for local and global variable. So as I have said, I said this name can't be used outside this function. So to make this name to be used outside this function, we have to create this name like this. So we can create this name like this. Name is equal to this string, or you can either use empty string like this. But if you are using this name for other functions, so if the name itself is always appear like this, so we have the name as always appear, but I printed the name here. This is going to work if I should print name, because this by default it is a global variable, so I haven't called my function. So if I should call func and run this, I have my output as always appear and thanks, because this name is referenced. So in this case, what if I want to change this name from always appear to another name? Because this name is going to work for all my functions because it is global. So I want to change this name with the same variable name inside this function. So let's just see that name is equal to let's just say that cat. So what if I print name now? So let me call my function. I have my output as cat, but this one is underlining this because let us bring out the show context. So we have the shadows name from outer scope, which simply means name is already defined there. So we can make this global by typing global, like global name, then setting name to be equal to cat like this, and run this code. Here we are going to get cat thanks. So this is the best way to do this in this case. So name is equal to always appear. If I should print name here we are still going to get always appear, because global only works. So let's just try. I don't think so. So let's try this. I haven't called my function, so let me call this second func like this. So let us call this second func. I have cat, so which simply means that this global name will probably work for all the functions, but it has really changes. So in this case, we can just be writing a program, just say that if like name is equal to always appear, print name. So let's run this and try to get our output. We have always appear. So this place name is equal to always appear, but inside these functions, these three functions, name will be changed. So this is just how global work. It's creating a variable. It creates a variable for all our Python inside this context. So we have this func and also this second func. So it will probably work for this third func too if we should just print name like this and just call our function, which is third func. So let's run this. We are going to get cat. So it works for all the function. So let's just print name under this place. So let's print name under this place. What do you think our output is going to be? So let's just print name here. We have the output as cat. It means that this global, this is just like setting a new name, this name to be outside this function. So you just want to set a variable inside your function, but you want the variable to be reused in another function, but you don't want this this variable name to be outside any function. So this is just the work of global. This is just all for this Python course. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and the bell icon to receive new updates. So I created these variables which are list. So we have names, which are Python, always appear JavaScript, C#, and uses data science, learning, JavaScript, web, and C# game. So in this case, my output, I want my output to map this to list. Python is for data science, always appear is for learning, JavaScript is for web, and C# is for game. Although all these languages can do other many things. So these are just their uses, their basic uses. So in this case, let us try to write a program. I said here we are going to be working with enumerate and zip function, but I'm not going to be using enumerate and zip function first. So the one that I'm going to be using first is that I'm going to be using the basic one. So the first thing I'm going to be creating is to create an index. So let's say that index is equal to 0. I want to map through name for name in names like this. So I want to map each names to be its uses. So we can see that I is equal to names uses of name like this. Index. Then we can loop through index plus equal to 1 like this, but I want my output to be this print. Yeah, I'm going to be using formatted strings. So let me explain this code. I created a variable which is index is equal to 0 for name in names. I is equal to uses index. So this is how to access an index of a list in Python. We use this square bracket. So then the index is index start with 0, then we created which is 0. So print name is for I, which is, since I is equal to uses of index, so this will be data science first, learning, web, and game. Then we loop through this index, we increment index. So if I should run this Python code, I have my output as Python is for data science, always appear is for learning, JavaScript is for web, C# is for game. So how can we use enumerate in this case? I feel like this code is too rough. So to use enumerate, we can get this. So I can say that I stand for index name in enumerate of names. So why I used name only names here is that let me print this. Let me clear off this and print. Let me try and use only one element here. So name. So let me run this. I have my output which is in tuple 0 Python, 1 always appear, 2 JavaScript, 3 C#. So here we are going to be using unpacking. So if you don't understand unpacking, just go back to my tuple in Python. I don't know the Python tutorial name. So just the link will be in the description below. So we have I, which is name, I and name. So in enumerate names, so which simply means that I will be 0, 1 will be 2. So we can reuse this I. So let's just say that use is equal to uses, then I. So this is gonna take I, then we can print what we want our output to be is. So this is much more cleaner than the first one that we wrote. So if I should run this Python code, we have Python is for 0. Oh, so I used I here. I have to use this variable use. So Python is for data science, always appear is for learning, JavaScript is for web, C# is for game. So which is pretty useful. That is the work of the enumerate. We can also specify a start like this. Start is equal to 1. But here we are going to get, I think we're going to get index out of range, because this actually start from 0. So we want the start to start from 1 like this. So let's run this code. I index error, list index out of range, because this array start from 0. But in this case, if I should clear off this like this and just print name, then we can Let's run the code. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, which doesn't start from 0 anymore. So we can just print something like this. I. So we can let our output to be I and name like this. So let me run the code. I'll have my output as 1 Python, 2 always appear, 3 JavaScript, and 4 C#. So which is pretty useful. Now the zip function, now we can also do something like this using zip function, but which is more cleaner than using this enumerate function. So let us use this zip function. So we can say that for use name like this in zip of, so this is going to take names, and then next parameter will be, so this is going to take use. Since we use this user, you can also exchange this, but it's your choice. But just for simplicity's sake, for you guys to understand the code, so we can use uses first, then names second. In this case, because I want it to map this name. It doesn't matter the name you wrote here. It can be any name, just a valid name that doesn't start with a number or weird symbols. So we can print this. Let me just copy this. We've already written it. So copy and paste. So let's run this code. We are going to get the same thing. Python is for data science, always appears for learning, JavaScript for web, C# is for game. So which is much more cleaner than using this enumerate function. So this is just all for this enumerate and zip. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. List comprehension in Python is an easy and compact syntax for creating a list from a string or another list. It consists of brackets containing the expression which is executed for each element, along with the for loop to iterate over each element. It is a very concise way to create a new list by performing an operation on each item in the existing list. List comprehension is considerably faster than processing a list using the for loop. So this is list comprehension. So let us create an array, which is this, which is an empty list. So for I, so let's just say for A in array like this. So I want to append A. Sorry, what am I typing? Append A like this. So for A in range 1 to 10, then array dot append A like this. Then I want to print array in this case. So let me run this course. We have 1 to 10 as our output, but this can be done another way in Python. Writing all this bunch of code isn't really necessary. So this is the method of list comprehension. So let's create a new variable. Let's say that L, we are going to be writing same code. L is equal to this empty list. So we can say that I, for I in range 1 to 10, which is this, and print L. So we have the same output. So this code here is the same thing as all of this code. This one liner code is the same thing as only these 3 lines of code. So in this case, so this is our list comprehension work. We can also do so many other things using list comprehension, like filtering a number out of a range or a list. So I can create another list like this. K is equal to J. For J in range 1 1 to 10 into 2 like this. So print k. So let me run this course. I have 13579. If you're gonna look at this output, this is just all odd numbers. So this simply means that 1 to 10, then skip to 2 numbers. Like, yeah, that is just it, skip to 2 numbers. So we have 1 2, then back to 3 4 5. So this is gonna skip 1 1, but the step is 2. So this is the definition of this 3 range. I have talked about this in working with numbers. I think, yeah, working with for loop in Python, I think. So we can create a function like this: def is even. This is gonna take an n number. So if n mod 2 is equal to 0, return true, else return false. So yeah, I want to use list comprehension to filter a number from 1 to 20. I want the output to be only even. So in this case, we can just call this function and append it using a list comprehension. So let's see that even, so these are even number, even is equal to an empty list. So we can call this E for E. It doesn't matter the name you use. For E in range 1 to 20, so this should be 21. If, then we are going to call the function if is even of E, like this. So let's print even. So we have the output as 2 4 6 8 10 to 20. So these are even numbers. We can also do the same for odd numbers, like you can create a new function or changing this to odd, then calling the odd function. But instead of just writing this, you can just say if not. This is why it is very useful. So if not is even, which simply means that if this is not even, then this should be odd. Then we only have other even number. So if this is not even, then this false will be the one working. So let us run this code. We are going to get the odd number 1 3 5 7 9 11 13 15 17 19. So this is just how list comprehension work. It's just a small video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. So I created this if else block statement, which is if 3 is greater than 5, print 1, else print 0. So in this case, the output will be 0 because 3 is not greater than 5. But this is where ternary operator comes from, which we can write this code in another way by just using a one-liner code, which is a ternary or inline operator. So in this case, so let us try to write the same code using one-liner. So we can see that x is equal to a certain string or number, which is the true condition. If the condition is true, this is what you want the output to be. So I can say that x is equal to 1 if 3 is greater than 5, else 0. So this block of code here is the same thing as the block of code here. So which is x is equal to 1 if 3 is greater than 5, else 0. If 3 is greater than 5, print 1, else 0. So it's just the same thing. If I should print x in this case, we're going to get the same value. So let me print x. So the output is 0 0. The first one is for this if else block statement, and this one is for this inline if else statement. So this is how ternary operator work. We can also use this to check if a number is an even number or not.
this is just exactly like an if-else statement. It has no different, but just one liner. So in this case, if I should create a variable, I want the user to input an integer number, like this integer number. So I want to say that z is equal to a certain output. So I can say that z is equal to even if n mod 2 is equal to 0, else then I want my output to be odd. So if this number is divisible by 2, then it means that it is even. If it's not divisible by 2, it is odd. So if I should print z, now let me run my Python code. I have my output. It's waiting for me to input something to the screen. If I should input 5, I got my output as odd. So which simply means that this code is working perfectly. So let me test for even. Let me input 4. My output is even, which is probably working perfectly as we want, just like the if-else statement. So in alternative way, just like if n mod 2 is equal to 0, print even, like this, else this is pretty long, print false. So this block of code is the same thing as the block of code there, nothing else. So I prefer using this in most cases if I'm not going to be writing something like elif. So if my code is just a combination of if else conditional statement, then I'm just going to use this inline code in this case. So if I should run this code and just input 4, I'm going to get the same output, which is even. So we're gonna also use this ternary operator for a list comprehension. So instead of just printing even and odd, we can also print a boolean value, so which is true, then yeah, false. So in this case, I can use this in ternary operator. In list comprehension, I can create a new variable which is k is equal to I for I in range 1 to z plus 1, like this, if z, that is if z is true. So we don't need to specify if z. So anything like if, it means that the condition is true, unless you type if not. So if the condition is not true, then it's not going to satisfy this list. So we can either let the user input an n value. Then from this n value, so let's say that from 1 to n plus 1 rather. So n plus 1, we want to multiply this by 2. So I times 2 for I in range 1 to n plus 1 if z. So that is, we want to multiply if the user input an even number, we want to only use an even number. So if the user input an odd number, we are going to get an empty list. So let's just try this. Print k, and let me run my code. Waiting for me to input. Let me input an odd number. I got my empty list. In this case, this if else conditional statement is still running, which is false. So if I should rerun and the input an even number, something like 8, now this gives me 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So this is from 2, 4, so from 1. So from 1, it keeps on multiplying the 1 by 2, which is this this operator here, I times 2 for I in range 1 to n plus 1 if z, that is, if this condition is true, it will only satisfy this list comprehension. I think this is just all for this ternary or inline operator in Python. You can play with it more by solving coding problems. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and click on the icon button to receive new notifications. It is used to create a small anonymous function.
It can take any number of arguments but can only have one expression. So let's begin. So let's create a function. A function is also def add like this. So this can take a parameter, but let's just put a parameter like x and y. But we want to return something. So we want to return x plus y like this. Or let me just leave this as x plus 1 first for you guys to understand what a lambda keyword is. So let me remove this y. Then call this function, which is print add like this. Add. So let's just input 7 and let me run this code. Now the output is 8 because 7 plus 1 is equal to 8. But this block of code can also be written using lambda keyword or anonymous function in Python. So this is just using one line. I can say that my function is equal to x or just anything that you like. We can name this L, then it depends on the context. So L is equal to lambda. So we can say that this is x, then x plus 1 like this. So if I should print L function like this, so let me just input 7 also, we are going to get our output as 8 like this. So let me just call this func for you guys to understand that this is a function. So func like this. So this is the same thing. So this is 8. So this block of code here, this block of code is the same thing as this block of code. So that is the concept of lambda keyword in Python. We can also add more parameters in this place. So let me create another function. So let me call this second func like this. Is equal to lambda. This is gonna have lambda. So we can see that this is x and y. Then we can see that x plus y like this. So this is the argument, then this is the return value in this case. So if I just print second func of x and y, so let me say that this is 4, 5. So we're going to get our output as 9 because 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. So that is just what lambda function is. I'll be creating another lambda function. So let's call this third func, like third func is equal to a lambda. So lambda of what am I typing? Lambda a. So let's just say that a, then a mod 3. That is if the number is divisible by 3. So this is the function itself. So this will return true if the number is divisible by 3. Then if it doesn't divisible by 3, it's gonna return false. So we don't need to specify a return value. So if I should like this, like let me call this function like third func of 5 and run this code. Now the output is false because 5 is not divisible by 3. So let me input 6, yeah, and run this Python code. So we got true. So we can use this function to filter out a number inside a list. So we can use a list comprehension here. So let's say that li, which stands for list, li is equal to an empty list. So we can see that li is equal to t for t in range, a range of values. So let's just say that 1 to 20. We want this to filter out a number from 1 to 20. So if, then we're going to call the function if third func of a, but we are going to be passing in t because this is what we are using here. So if I should run li, print li, and run this code, now I have my output as 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, which are multiples of 3. So that is just what a lambda function is. It's just an anonymous function for a block of function like this. So this is just a way of writing a function. So you can just use the small function inside your code if you're writing a big project or some other stuff. So it just depends on the context. So it's really cool. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. So this is the definition of map and filter. So this is a map. This is going to take a function, then a list. So for example, so the first thing that we're going to be writing is this function, then create this list. So let's write this function first. So we can see that def, let's write a function for positive integers, like positive integers. So this is going to take an n value. That is, if a number is greater than or equal to 0, it means that it is positive. If it is less than 0, it is negative. So in this case, if n is greater than equal to 0, then we're going to return true, else return false. But instead of doing it this way, there is another way of doing it, writing this if else. So we can just return this, like just type return n is greater than 0, like this. So that condition that we wrote earlier is the same thing as this. So this is going to return true or false. There are many alternatives in Python. Likewise, this can be written also in Lambda function, in Lambda keyword. So let's just use map here. So let's say that m, firstly we're going to be using filter, because this is a filtration function. So this is going to filter out a number from a list. So we can create a list like this. So let's say that li is equal to this list. So let's just name this list -2, -4, 5, -7, 9, like this. So let's leave this list like this. Then we can use this map function. So m is equal to map, or let us call this p, stand for positive. P, I said filter first, because this is a filtration condition. So we have filter. So this is going to take the function which is positive. Here we are not going to be referencing this n like this. So we will just leave it like this. So positive, so that is the function name. Then this is going to take the list, which is li. So if I should print p, we are going to get a memory allocation where this filter is stored. We have filter object at blah 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 blah. So this is the memory location. So we have to make this a list inside the list. So filter and map returns a list value. So we use the list function here. If I should print p now, here we are going to get the number filtered out, which is 2, 4, 6, 9. So we don't have -2 and -4, -7 anymore. So this is just it. Def positive n, return n is greater than 0. So this function is going to return true or false. That is, if n is greater than 0, return true. If n is not greater than 0, then return false. So this should be greater than equal to, because I think 0 is a positive integer. So li is equal to this list, p is equal to list filter. It's going to take the function name without the bracket, then the list. So this is just it. So let me talk about this map function. So this is filter function, which filters an element inside a list. So this map can just be like this. I can either create a function or just use the lambda function, but don't worry, I'm going to be using both. So this is going to have def. Inside this def, I want to add a number, like each number inside this list. I want to add 5 to them. So let's give it a parameter like def add n. So we want to return n plus 5 like this. So I'm just going to call my map function m, which is list map like this. Then this is going to take my function name, only the function name without the parentheses, def add, then a comma with a list that I want, which is the li, this list. So if I should print m, this is probably requesting for 2 lines. So print m. So let me run this code. My output is 79311, -2 and 14. So in this case, this just gets the add function. We use the add function here. Then return n plus 5 for each of these lists. So this is what map does. It map each element inside a list, while filter filters each element inside a list. So this one filtered out. So in this case, if we want to sort this list, we can just return sorted like this, sorted of this value. Now print m, we have the list sorted. If we want to reverse this, so reverse is equal to true in this case. So let me run this. Now I got the list reversed: 14, 11, 9, 7, 3, 1, and -2. We can do so many things using filter and map function in Python. It is very easy. This just take a function, then a list. Then we are going to be letting the output to be a list. So in this case, if you don't want to use list here like this, just to remove the list. Like if you don't want to remove the list, then you can specify your list here, list of p like this, and let me run this code. This is just the same thing. So this is just all for this Python course. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. A module is a Python file that contains classes or functions. So I want you to right click on your directory or project. So create a new Python file. So let's just call it app like this. Now this is a Python file. We can start to create our own module, but before starting to create our own module in Python, I want to show you some built-in Python modules. Just extend this external library like this. Just click on this extend button, then click on this library to extend all the subdirectories. Then you're going to find all these files. These are Python built-in module. So we can decide to use any one we want if we know how to use them. So we have enum, we have profile, we have OS, we have so many Python modules that they have created for us. So I can decide to use OS. So to start to use a module in Python, we are going to be using the keyword, which is import. So if I say that import like this, so the module name, which is import OS like this. So I can decide to print OS dot the function name that we want to use. I can decide to use get current working directory, which is getcwd like this. So if I should run this code, now I have this output, which is the directory I'm currently working on, which is modules in Python 1, since this is just the basic modules in Python. So I can import another OS, like import math like this. I can also import random. We have so many Python modules. I can decide not to use this OS anymore and just print another one. Print math dot power, we stand for power. Then it's gonna take 2 and 3 like this. Let's run this code. I'm going to have my output as 8.0 because 2 to the power of 3 is actually 8. So I can use random module also and print random dot random. So what I'm using here is that I'm calling the module, this module, then the function inside this module. So random.random, which is this random module, then we have the function here inside this random. So I'm calling the random function inside random module. So that is just it. If I should run this code, I'm going to get a random value. And let me run again. This is another random. To get an integer, we have rand int like this, random integer, which is going to take 2 parameters. So we have the snippet already, a and b. So I can decide to input 1 to 10. I want to get a random integer from 1 to 10. So this will keep on looping. Like now we have 3 first, second can be 7, 7, 9, 8. So it will just keep on changing. So that is just what module is in Python. So instead of just calling this random integer math.pow, we can decide to call only pow and random integer by adding something here. So we can say that from math import the module, the function that we want. So import, I think we use pow. Then from here we can decide to use from random import random integer like this, rand int. So we won't need to use this module itself anymore. So we just have to call the function that we called here. So it's just still the same thing. We won't get any error. And also we can call all the functions or classes inside this module. So we can say from math import using this asterisk, which simply means import everything inside this math module like this. Now we've imported everything. So I can decide to use another thing from this random. So I can decide to use choice, print choice like this, choice. This is going to take a list of values. I can say that apple, grape, and yeah, I can call this a strawberry. So if I should keep on looping, this will keep giving me the random fruit, random element inside this list. The first one is apple, apple again, grape now, grape, apple again. So it keeps on looping. So when I'm going to get strawberry, then it's not giving us strawberry. Since okay, now it's working. It gave us strawberry. Now this is just for this built-in module. This is not the course for all this random integer. Their courses are separate. So this is just how to use built-in modules in Python. So I've showed you math, random. We have other functions inside this random module, and we can even open this random module if we find it here. We have all the modules here. If you find it there, you can decide to open it and you're going to find all the functions. You're going to see all the functions. This is just another module. Here the used class. So if we want to call this class now, so it won't be function inside our app, it will be a method. So that is the difference between a function and a method. So let's just comment all this code. You can press Ctrl plus / or just use a block comment. That is our second Python course. You can check it out. So this is a block comment. So let's try to create our own module. We can decide to create our own module. So just right click and the name of your module. Let's just call this calc. We want to create a small calculator. So this is our app. Since they are in the same directory, we can import like this. Import calc. Since they are in the same directory, like import calc. This is just it. So the next thing is just to create a function inside this calc. I can create an add function, def add x and y, like this. Then return x plus y. I can create another function, def convert mass to kilogram. So this is gonna I said convert. I'm not converting mass to kilogram. I'm converting gram to kilogram. Sorry, that is too much of physics. Return gram multiplied by 1000. Since that is kg, this k actually means kilo, which simply means 1000. I can create another function, exponent. Like I want to create a function like exponent. So this is exponential. It already gave me the suggestion. That is the work of kite. So this can take x as its parameter. So def exponential x and y. So return x to the power of y, like this. So if I should go to my app.py, I can use all these modules or all these function inside this app.py by just importing this calc. Since they are in the same directory, we have this app here and also this calc here. So import calc, I can print calc.add like this. So let me just input 5 and 6 and run this code. The output is 11 because 5 plus 6 is equal to 11. I can decide to use my exponent, calc.exponential of let's say 3 to the power of 7. This will give me my output. This is 2187. Print calc dot what other function we created? Convert gram to kilogram. Calc dot convert gram to kilogram. This is gonna take just an end value. So let's just convert 5 gram to kilogram. What am I even doing? This can be 5,000 kilograms. This should be division. I'm not converting kilogram to gram. So this should be division. So gram divided by 1000. So this is 5 times 10 to the power of -3. So this is just how it works. And I can come here to my calc.py and decide to return something like this using a formatted string kg. So if I should rerun my app.py, I'm going to have 0.005 kg. If this is 5,000, this would be 5.0 kg, which simply means that 5,000 gram to kg will be 5.0 kg. So that is just it for module. This maths.py, we can also print maths.py, but we've used this from math import everything, so we don't need to use this py. We can just print py. Now I have my apple, so this is py, and I can decide to use same thing for this also. From calc import, I can import everything or just import exponential, or let me import only convert to kilogram so it will be easy for me to comment. So let me just comment this. That is by typing control plus /. So convert to kilogram, run this code. This is 5.0 kg. So this is just the basic of modules in Python. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and also the bell icon to receive new update is. So first thing first, let's create a new Python file by clicking on new Python file and call this main. Then after that, I'll be creating a text file by clicking on file. So let's call this file.txt. .txt, which is the file extension, which stands for text. So let's go back to our main.py file. So the first thing that we're going to be doing is that we're going to be importing OS bus, because I like to interact with my operating system, how each directories work. So we type import OS. Then after that, I'll get my current working directory, OS just cwd, like this. So let me run this. This is my current working directory. Now if you're gonna look at this output, these slashes are escape characters in Python. If you're using other operating system, you don't have to worry about this. This is just only for Windows, which is these slashes are escape characters. So I'll have to copy this now. Now let's say that I want to change the directory, OS chdir, then paste this here. Now this is bringing out error saying that okay, the first one is an escape character. I need to add one more backslash. So I should add this like this. Now I have probably changed the directory, but it's just the same directory. So if I should delete this, now I've changed the directory. So let me get my current working directory, os.getcwd, like this. So if I should run this code, now this is the directory that I'm working on now, because it has probably changed here. But from here, from this directory, we are working on this. From this code here, we are working on this directory. Then after changing the directory, now the directory is back to document. So that is just how it works. So that's just how change directory works. So it's changed the current working directory. So what do I mean by this current working directory? So what Python actually means that this current working directory means where the Python file is. So this Python file is inside this project, which is file input and output, and the project is actually a folder. So we have this file input and output. So this main.py is inside this file input and output. So this directory is the current working directory. To change the current working directory, you type os.chdir, which change it here. So every code that I'm going to be typing under this changing directory that pertains to directory, it's going to be working inside this directory, not this file input and output anymore, because we've changed it at line 5. So I'll have to comment this, because I love my current working directory, because I'll be trying some other codes. So to check if a file exists or not, so this is just by typing print os.path.exist, then the file name. So I can call this file.txt. File.txt. So if I should run this code, my output is true because file.txt exists inside this current working folder. So in this case, this can also be a path like this. So if I should copy this directory like this and paste it here, then run this code, I guess we're going to get false, because file.txt doesn't exist inside my document folder unless I change it. So let me I have language files which probably exist inside my document folder. So if I should run this code, I'm going to get true, because this folder exists inside this path. So that's just how it is. So let me change this back to file.txt. I don't know why I keep typing xtx. So this is file.txt. if I should change this to code.txt and run this code, I'm going to get false because code.txt is not inside this directory. So to create a new directory, to make a new directory in Python, this is by typing os.mkdir like this, then the directory name. So let me just call this try like this. So if I should run this code, this is not going to return anything, but this directory will probably be created. So we created a directory using Python. So this is very useful. It depends on the project you're working on. It is very useful. So if I should rerun this code, this is going to give me an error saying that try already exists, this file already exists, so we have to change the name, or I will just comment it. So if I should change this back to code, Python is going to create a new folder for us, which is code. Now I will have to comment this. I do not need to create any other folder anymore. This is just a text. I do not need all this folder. So now I can navigate inside this code folder. So let me navigate inside this code. So os.chdr like this. So let me paste this and add some escape characters, these backslash, so I can navigate inside code, which is this folder. So if I should run this, we're not gonna get any error. Then let me print my current working directory. So it has already changed to code folder. So I can list everything that is inside this code folder, but we have nothing there. So let me just try and list something. Print os.list dir like this and run this code. Now the output is an empty list. So this actually returns a list, and this is because I'm navigating inside this directory. So I can comment this or just leave it like that and input the directory that I want to list all the files. Like this, I want to list all the files inside this file input and output. So if I should run this code, I'm going to get all the files that are inside the file input and output project, or just comment this change directory. We do not want to change our directory, and just leave it like this since we are inside this parent folder. So this Python file is in the same directory as this folder. So if I should call this this function os.listdir, I'm going to get same output. We can also rename a file using this os module. So this is by typing os.rename like this. Now rename, this is going to take the file that I want to rename. So let's say I want to rename file.txt to code.txt. Now look at this place. This is going to change. Now the output is now nothing, but this is code.txt, so which actually renamed our folder. If I should run this, I'm going to get an error saying that this file.txt doesn't exist inside this directory. So I'll have to switch it back to code.txt, and so now I'm renaming code.txt file to file.txt back. Now this has changed. Now we can also delete a file using this os.remove the file that I want to remove. So let's say I want to remove file.txt. If I should input a file that is not inside this directory, this should probably tell me that okay, the file specified is not found. So that is file not found error. So that is one exception. We have file not found error. The system cannot file specified file specified, which is this code.txt. So I will have to comment this since there is no code.txt inside our folder. So if I should run this now, it has deleted my file.txt. If I should rerun again, I'm going to get error. The system cannot find the file specified file.txt, which is working perfectly unless I create a new text file like this. I can create a new text file using Python, but that will be the next cast. So if I should rerun, this is going to delete the file.txt again. We can also join path by os.path.join. The first one is the path that you want to join. So let's say I want to join this Python tutorial, or let me comment this document folder like this document directory, paste it here. Then I want to join it with this file, with this directory. So I'm joining two paths together. So let me make this a variable. Joined is equal to this and print joined. Okay, so if I should run this code, I'm going to get this directory joined. So we got this. So what were you expecting before? You were expecting this to start with this place, then begin with C again, like that. No, Python is not going to do that. That is exactly what .path.join does. It's joined to directory. So it's look at this place. It sees that okay, this text here is the same thing as this text here. So it's just filter this out, then it's going to join it with this file, other file like this. So that is exactly how it works. So this is just the basic of OS module. I am just working with the file functions inside this module. There are many functions inside OS like os.system, os.sync also works too, os.system. Now this will probably take something like shutdown. You can shut down a PC like this. So this R means restart. You want to restart the your laptop with OS module. So this is the code. I don't think this will probably work, but I can try it because this will probably restart my PC. This is the time that you want to give it. So this is 0 second, so which is going to shut down immediately. So this is just all for this, and I'll see you guys in the next cast. In the next cast, we're going to be working with this text file. Okay, this is the next cast. So let me just right click on my project and create a new Python file. So let me call this app.py like this. So after calling this app.py, I want to open a text file using Python. So I won't be using this file.txt. I'll be creating our text file using Python itself, and you can decide to navigate with this file.txt and use it. So the first thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to create a variable. So let's call this file. File is equal to open. Then the file that I want to open, psw.txt. You see that I haven't created anything like psw.txt, but by default, if I should run this code, Python is going to create this text file for us. Then comma, the mode you wish to open the file. We have W, which is write mode, W plus, which is write and read mode. That is for both write and read mode. I have R, which is for read mode. I have A, which is for append mode. So those are the three mode that I'll be talking about in this course. This is just the basic ones. So this is write mode, append mode, and R, which is read mode. So that is exactly what the three does. So I've opened this file. I'll have to close this file down here. File.close. Then inside this space, this body, so this is what we want to input or let the file to be using Python. So let's see that I'm opening in append mode. So let me first open in write mode because I want you to discover some things. So let's see that file.write. Then let me say that I want to write, okay, this is a course. This is a course. So if I should run this code, I'm running other Python code. I'm running main, so I'll have to run the app.py. So after running app.py, I have this pswd.txt created by default. So we have this output, which is I thought I typed this is a course. So this is a course. So if I should go to pswd, I got this is a course. Now, what I want you to discover is that, let me clear this off like this. So let me call this YouTube video and rerun again. Now we got YouTube videos, but I was expecting this YouTube video to be at the next line or even at the front of the text file, but this keeps rewriting everything. Yeah, that is what .write does. It rewrites everything inside the file. That's exactly what it does. So if you want to append, you'll have to change this back to A like this. Append also use .write. So if I should run this code like this, YouTube video. Now I have this YouTube video text in front of this YouTube video, which is the other one. So let me clear this off and save the file. Now we run. I'm going to get YouTube video. So if I should change this to Python tutorial and run this code, now we got Python tutorial, but I was expecting this to be at the new line. So what are we going to do? So we're going to be adding a character in front of each text. So the character will be an escape character with N, which stands for new line. So if I should clear off this like this and go to my app.py and rerun, now I have this Python tutorial with a new line. So the next text that I want to input will be at the new line. So let me type, this is a course with a new line for my next text. So if I should run, I got this is a course because we opened in append mode, then we are writing inside the file. Here we close the file. This is very compulsory, or unless you're using this to open the file with open, we can open another file. So let me call this code.txt. I don't know why this suggestion keep popping up. This is going to take a string. These are so many suggestions. Code.txt, and also the mode that I wish to open the file as. Then I can give it a variable as code. So all this code there go inside this block of code, this indentation. So with 4 spaces, so like this now. So if I should type code.write hello world new line. I don't know why this suggestion keep popping up. Typo in world. Okay, this is world. Hello world. So if I should run this, I'm going to get code.txt. I have hello world. So I do not need to type code.close it doesn't really matter since I opened with width like this. So I can write another thing to the code, like code.write, print it out. So let's just make print it out. Then a new line for the next text. So if I should go to code.txt, I have print it out and also hello world because I'm rerunning this again. So if I should comment this and run again, I'm going to get hello world under sorry, this is a course under again. Yeah, this is it. Print it out. So in this case, so let's work with this read mode. We can read our file.read like this. This actually returns something to the screen, so we have to print this. Print. Now this file.read will probably return. We have this output as input and output unsupported operand not readable. Yeah, we have to change this mode. So we opened in append mode, so we have to change this back to R to be able to read our file. So let's run this code. We have all this. This is Python tutorial. This is a course, this is a course, this is a course, like that. So that's exactly what read mode does. If I should change this to read line, this is going to return the first text, which is Python tutorial. If I should change this back to, I want you to see the difference. Read lines, this is going to return a list of all the text inside this Python file. So we have, this is a course, filtered it out with each new line. So this is a course, this is new line, this is a course again, this is a course throughout. So that's exactly how it works. Now let's go to app.py and let me do the same thing with this width. So first thing first, let me write the file like this, code.write. So code.write, so let me write, you know what I want to do, so let's just watch numbers in a new line like this. So let me run this code. I should have these numbers. So the next thing that I want to do is that I want to append. Let me loop through a range of numbers. So let's say for I in range 1 to 10, so this should probably be 11. Then we want to write, so this should be code.write. Remember, I opened in append mode. Code.write. Then this is going to be a formatted string. Then input an I with a new line. So if I should run this code like this, now open my code.txt, I got numbers, then 1 to 10. Now I can read out this file now. So let me comment this code by clicking Ctrl plus / like this. So I've commented all the code. Now I want to read everything inside this code.txt. So say code.read like this. This will probably return something. Print code.read. Unsupported operation not readable because this is in append mode. This should be at R. what the RB actually means that read in binary mode, but we are not working with that. So this will be another cast. So this is just the basic of working with files. So if I should run this code, I got the output as numbers 1 to 10. These ones are for this. So you can either use this with open or just open your file like this, then do some operations, then close the file, or just use with open like this code, then do all your operations inside this block. So this is code.read. Let me print code.readline. I'm only gonna get numbers. Now my output is numbers, code.readlines. This will be a list. So we have numbers, new line 1, new line 2, all the way up to 10. So that is just all for file input and output. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys in my next Python course. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and the icon bell to receive new notification, and the bell icon, sorry, to receive new notifications. So to begin to use the two built-in Python functions, we have their syntaxes like this, which is this any, which takes an iteration, and also this all, which probably takes an iteration also. So to begin with this, their meaning is that this iteration, the element inside this iteration, if any of the element is true, then this is going to return true, otherwise false. And also this all, if all the element inside this iteration is true, then this is going to return true. If one of the elements is false, this is going to return false. So that's just how it works. So let's begin with some code. So let's say that x is equal to an array like this, 1 and 0, and let me print any of x like this. So if I should run this code, I'm going to get true because 1 is true, but 0 is false. Even though this is 1, we're still going to get true because any of the element is true. So if this is all, in this case, okay, let me just leave it like this and print all of x like this. This is going to return true because all the elements inside x is true. So if I change this to 0 and run this code, I'm going to get false because all the elements inside this list is not true. So let's check. If 0, print true like this. You can also do the same like this. Else, print false. Now here we got false, which simply means that by default in Python, 0 is false. If I change this back to 1 and run this code, my output will be true. Now my output is true. So in Python, 1 probably means true, and also 0 means false. Other numbers also means true, I guess. If I should input something like 2 here, and let me run this code, my output will be true because these two numbers are true. So that is just what the function does. So let's try with other data types. So let's say that y is equal to a tuple like this, true, false, and 0, then print any, then print all of y. So let me run this code. Now this is true and this is false. So which simply means that one of the elements inside this tuple is true, and this is it. For this all the elements are not true. So otherwise the output will be false, and this is it here. Let's try for dictionary. So let's say that z is equal to name like this, always appear, and also let's see that is good is equal to true. Now print all of z and print any of z like this. So if I should run this code, what do you think the output will be? The output will be true because these all and any probably check for only the keys, not the value. So if I should run this code, my output is true, which simply means that by default in Python, strings are true. So is good is true, and also name is true. You don't have to worry about this value. This all and any doesn't check for this value. It only cares about the keys. So if this is false, like this, and this is true, you don't have to worry about this value once again. So just worry about the key only. So if I should run this code, now I got false and true because these all these value are not true. These keys, false and name. Only name that is true, false is false. But for any, name is true, false is false. So this is going to return true, otherwise false. So if they are both false, then the output will be false, false. Now the output is false, false. So any of the element is not true. Or let me just make this 0, since 0 in Python is false. Now the output will be the same thing, false, false. This is just all for this Python course. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to receive new notifications. So let's begin to create our first class in Python by typing a class keyword, then the name you want to give to your class. So let's say class person. So when you click on enter, this is going to be indented by itself, which is these 4 spaces, just in case if you're not using a PyCharm. So this is 4 spaces. You have to give 4 spaces for this. Now, and note that this P start with uppercase P. That is Python naming convention. A class must start with uppercase. So class person, then inside of this class, we can write some statement, that is some codes inside of this class. So first, let's create some attributes. So let's say name is equal to always appear, and let's say age should be equal to 18, like this. And we can say personality should be equal to, so let's just say beta. Oh, this must be a string. So in this case, outside of this class, we can instantiate this person class by making it as a variable. So let's say p1 is equal to person. Now these two parentheses, we are using it to instantiate the person class. So p1 is equal to person, which simply means that I can use this p1 to access all the attributes inside of this class. These are the attributes, these are the properties like this. So if I should print p1 dot name, now let's run this code. I have always appear, which is this name given here. And the thing is, you can make this another variable like this. If you don't want to use p1, you can use any other thing. You can say person1, you can say x, you can use y, you can just use anything you want. So p1 is equal to person, but this must not start with a number. This is just by naming a variable. This is gonna give you error. You can use underscore like this, underscore like this. You can use underscore 1. Now this is how to name a variable in Python. So let's just stick with p1 for now. So p1.name, print p1.age,
Yeah, we got age there, and also print p1.personality. So if I should run this code, my output is always appear 18 and also better. I can cut this like this and paste it here. I'm going to get always appear better and also 18. Now let's run this code. Now we have this. Now the usefulness of class is that we created a person 1, which simply means that we can also create a person 2. So let's say p2 is equal to person by instantiating the person class. Then p2.age should be equal to, we can set this to be 19, p2.name, let's say Mary Alice, p2.personality should be equal to, let's say personality is great, like this. Then print p2.name, let's print this in one print function, p2.age, and also p2.personality. So I'm going to have this Mary Alice 19 and also great. So this is what a class does. Now let's move to this app.py and redo this thing there with a method. You don't have a clue of what a method is for now, but let's just move on. So this is just a normal class attribute. So let's move to app.py and create a person class again, class person. And after creating this class person, we can create a function like this, def walk. Now I said a function, yeah, but it is a method if it is inside a class. Like this, if you are creating this, so let's def run. This is a function because it's not inside a class. But if it is inside a class, it is a method. Accurate. So let's clear this off and continue. Our class is an object. So we have this def walk. We define a method for a person, which is walk attribute. So, and also we have this self by default, which allow to access our method and also attribute. So let's clear this off. Let's create some methods. So let's say def get info like this. Now the self is added by default. That is the work of PyCharm, which is intelligence and also pep. So def get info, I can return something to the screen. So let's use a formatted string there. My name is, so self.name, and I am self.age years old, like this. So in this case, I have this method created with a return value. Now let me go outside of my class and instantiate the person class. So for now, let's use person1 to be equal to person, like this. Then print person1 dot get info, like this. If we should print this like this, we are going to run into error because we do not have anything like name inside of this class. So we have to create this outside by saying that person1 dot name is equal to always appear. Then person1 dot age is equal to 18. Yeah, I'm 18 years old. So print person1 dot get info. Right here, we're going to get my name is always appear and I am 18 years old. So let me run my app.py. Now I have this. My name is always appear and I am 18 years old. Yeah, I'm using a print function because I am using this return keyword. If this is print,
like this, print. So I have changed this back to print. Now I've removed the return keyword. So after changing this back to print, if I should run this code, I'm going to get this output with a none on that display. So let's run this code. I have my name is always up here and I am 18 years old with this none, which simply means that if I should return this print function, I'm just going to get my name is always up here and I'm 18 years old. This is function in Python. You can go back to Python tutorial 14 to know how this works. So my name is always up here and I'm 18 years old. So you can decide to use whatever you want. Instead of using this print function, you can use your return keyword and use your print function outside. So that is just the case. So let's say return like this. Then if I should run this code, I'm going to get nothing because I'm not printing what I returned. So let me print this. Print person1.getInfo. Now I have my name is always up here and I am 18 years old. So let's create another method. Def walk. Now this is a self. It helps us to access the attribute and also the method inside a class. Def walk self. Then I can print. So let's just use the print function here without using the return keyword. So we can just call like that person1.walk without adding the print function. So print a formatted string like this, self.name can walk because he or she is self.age, like this. So let me come here and print person1 dot walk, which is this method. So in this case, if I should run this code, I'm going to get always up here can walk because he or she is 18. We can also add a condition. So let's see, if self.age is less than, so let's say it's less than 2 years. So this is going to return something like this. Print cannot walk yet because he or she is self.age. Then we can make this else and use this print function here. So let me create my person2 class and give this age2 and let's see what the output will be. So person2 is equal to person by instantiating the class, then person2 dot name is equal to Mary Alice, and person2 dot age is equal to, we said less than 2 years, so let's just give it 1.5, a year and 6 months. So person2 dot walk, here I'm going to get Mary Alice cannot walk yet because he is 1.5. So let me just add years here, like not to make it weird for the user that is using our app. So let me print person2 dot get info in this case. So I have to print this because I'm returning something there. Print. Now I have my name is Mary Alice and I am 1.5 years old. So this is just all for these basic classes in Python. We are still going to be moving forward, like we're going to be working with polymorphism, inheritance, constructors, stuffs like that. So thanks for watching and I'll see you guys in my next cast. Okay guys, this is the next cast. So first thing first, let's create a class for student. So let's say class student like this, and note this is uppercase S, and when you click on enter, this is going to be indented with 4 spaces, which is indentation in this case. So we have this class student, which simply means that we can start to create our constructor inside this class. To start creating our own constructor inside of this class, we're going to be using a define keyword, which is this def underscore underscore init underscore underscore self, like this. Now this is a constructor. We can add so many parameters inside of this place. So we can add name, we can add ID, which is for students, and also level. I don't want to use class because this is a keyword in Python, so let's use level in this case. So these inits are also called dunder in Python. We have so many built-in Python method. We have the add, like this. We have the string, like this. But init is the most used one. I'm not saying that it is the most useful one. I'm saying that it is the most used one. So let's clear this off. These are dunders. Now let's clear this off. So inside of this place, we can use the self, which allow us to access all the attributes of a class. So we're going to be using the self to access all the attributes. So we can see that self.name is equal to name. So in this case, you can name this anyhow you want. You can say self.n is equal to name. What is written here must be inside of this constructor. This must be one of these parameter. So I'm saying that self.n, which is equal to name. So let me just change it to name. So self.number, like this, is equal to ID, since ID is a number. And also we can also say self.lvl, which is equal to level. This must be the same thing as what is written here, and it doesn't matter how you write it. You can write this like this, also self.lvl, which is equal to level. So there is no need of setting things up. You can just self.name is equal to name, self.level is equal to level, and self.id is equal to ID. I'm just using this just to let you know that you can name this anyhow you want, unless this must not be a number, just like a variable, as we've talked about in our last cast. So self.number is equal to ID, self.lvl is equal to level, and self.name is equal to name. Accurate. So this is a constructor. So in this case, we can create another method like def get student info, like this. So inside this def get student info, we can return something to the user. So let's say return, like this, a formatted string of. So firstly, let's return an ID, self.number, like this. You're going to be using what you wrote here. So self.number, like this, and self.lvl, which is this. So this is a method that we created ourselves, and this is a Python built-in method, which is also known as dunder. So we are using this to construct our student class. So to use this constructor outside of this class, now we can instantiate the student class by saying that student1 is equal to student, like this. Now this student, we can't just leave it like this. We have to give it some argument. So let's say name first, so always appear, ID, let's say I'm 5, and level grade 12. I graduated last month too. So student 1 is equal to student always appear 5 grade 12. So in this case, I can print student1 dot get student info, which is this method. So if I should run this code, I'm going to get the expression that I input here. So let's run this code. Run. I have 5 always appear, grade 12, which simply means that I can also create student2, which is this student Mary Alice, ID 3, and let's say grade 10, and print student2 dot get student info, which is this method. Now if I should run this code, I'm gonna get 3 Mary Alice, grade 10. So this is just what a constructor does. So let me create another built-in Donda inside of this class student. So let's create something like a string def, now underscore self, which is this string like this. Now I can return self.name like this. So let's say welcome self.name. So to use this string, I can just go outside there and print student1 without calling any method. So you see, that is the work of a Donda. And also print student2 in this case. So if I should run this code, I'm gonna get welcome always appear, welcome Mary Alice. So this is just it for constructor. We are still going to be working more with constructor, and there's gonna be some exercise for you guys to be able to practice more about these classes and object, because it is the most useful topic in Python. So that is just it for this course. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive new video. So first and first, let's create an animal class. Class animal, and let's create a constructor for this def underscore init underscore self, and let's just give it name. Self.name is equal to name, and let's create another method def make sound like this, and just return using a formatted string self.name make sound like this. Now this is my animal class, just a normal class. Now let me instantiate this animal class. So let's say animal is equal to animal. We have to give it its argument. So let's say this is a dog, right? And let's print animal dot make sound like this. So if I should run this code, I'm gonna get dog makes sound. Now we created this animal class, we added a constructor and also a custom method. Now let me create another class for dog itself. Now I want to inherit this animal class inside of this dog class. So you're going to be using these two parentheses, then the name of the class that you want to inherit from. So I have inherited this animal class now. So the animal class is now the parent class, while the dog class is now the child class, which is this animal class is also known as the superclass, and this dog class is also known as a subclass. So I only typed pass. In this case, if I should instantiate this dog class, I'll be able to access all the methods of this animal class. So let's try. Let me instantiate the dog class. Let's say my dog is equal to dog, and we have to give this an argument because we've inherited this animal class, so we're going to be using this constructor. So let me give this name of a dog. Let me just say bingo, like this, and print my dog dot make sound, right? So let me run this code. My output is bingo makes sound, which is this name given here. Now there is nothing inside of this dog class, but we are using it to access every method that is inside of this animal class because we've inherited this animal class, which is the parent class. So let me create its own method. So let me just say def sound like this and give this self because it's not a static method, and return like this self.name back like this. So let me run this code. Print my dog dot sound. Let's run this code. Now I have this bingo back. Can we use this sound method for this animal class? So let's try. Do you think so? Animal.sound, and let's run this. Now this won't probably work because it is the parent class. Now let's clear this off. Now we have this this custom method sound and also this constructor inside of this animal class. What if I want the dog class to also have its own constructor? What are we going to do? So let's say def underscore underscore init like this. Then I'm giving this name, which is this name here. But there is something that is going to be added inside of this constructor to be able to use this super class name. So we have this name attribute. So let's say age also. Now let me say self.age is equal to age. Now can we do this for self.name also? No, we can't do that because this is already giving us warning. So we have to use the super class name for this by typing super, which is a function, dot underscore underscore init underscore underscore like this. Then we can pass in this name attribute. Now we are not getting any error anymore, but here we have to pass in age. So let's give this 5. So let's return self.name backs at self.age. So let's run this. Bingo backs at 5. Now we have our own constructor inside of this dog class, but we are using the name of this super class, which is this animal class. So let me create another class like class for cat, and let me inherit let me inherit dog class and type pass. Now let me instantiate my cat is equal to cat, and let me give this Bella like this. So we can't just leave this like this. We have to give it give this its age also. So let me say this is 3 and print my cat.sound. Now what do you think our output will be? We are going to get this Bella backs at 3. But a cat doesn't bark. But let's try first. We're going to get the bark. We have Bella barks at 3, which simply means that we have to create its own custom method, but we are going to be using this dog constructor. Now let's say def, let me just copy this and paste it here. Return self.name meow at self.age. Now we got this Bella meow at 3. Now let me change this sound to make sound. With this animal class we have this make sound. Now let me change all of this to make sound also, and let me show you something. Make sound. Now let's change all of this method, make sound, and also make sound. Now if I should run this code, what do you think the output will be? The output will be this make sound, which is the child class, not this parent class, because we are instantiating the child class itself, not the parent class. So if I should run this code, I'm just going to get Bella meow at 3, bingo barks at 5, and this bingo barks at 5, which is this. Now let's go back to dog. We have this make sound 2 times. So this is not going to use this parent class method anymore. It only uses this constructor. So let's change this back to sound. So sound, and run this. Now Bella makes sound, bingo makes sound, bingo makes sound. Now we get into bingo makes sound. Now I have to change this back to sound. So let me just print my cat dot make sound of its own, and let's create this. Now Bella meow at 3, Bella makes sound, bingo barks at 5, bingo makes sound, and we only have this, which is dog makes sound. So which simply means that I can also create for cat animal 2, which is equal to animal cat print animal 2 dot make sound, like this. So I'm just going to get cat makes sound. So this is just all for this inheritance in Python. This is an easy one. Yeah, inheritance is very easy, just needed a lot of practice. You have to practice more and more to be able to master classes and objects. It is the most useful topic in programming, which is object-oriented programming. There is no app that you want to create that you won't use classes and objects. So you have to master them. You have to practice more and more. So there's gonna be an exercise for this course. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to receive new notifications. We've already talked about modules in Python. So in this course, we're going to be working with modules. That is, we're going to be using classes and objects in this course. So in this main.py file, let's write some code. So let's create a class for set. Class set, note uppercase S, Python naming convention. Now click on enter, 4 spaces, which is called an indentation. then I'm going to be creating a constructor. Def underscore underscore init underscore underscore self. Then let me give this string 1 and string 2. Self dot string 1 is equal to string 1. Then self dot string 2 is equal to string 2, like this. Now we have so many methods for sets. We have intersection, we have a subset, we have difference, we have union. So let's just create some. Def, let's create intersection first. Intersection, like this. This is going to take a self because we want to be accessing this attribute, string 1 and string 2. So def intersection self. Now what kind of algorithm are we going to use to check if to print out the intersection of two strings? Now firstly, let's look through string 1. For s in string 1, it should be self dot string 1. We must use self to access it. For s in self dot string 1, if s in self dot string 2, like this, we are going to be returning intersection, right? So let's say intersect should be a string. We want to return a string. Then we can say intersect plus equal to s. Then return intersect, like this. Now let's create another one. Def union self. This is just going to return self dot string 1 plus self dot string 2. But what if we have duplicate values in both string? Don't worry, I'm going to talk about that later. So let's just create another method. Def is subset. This is taking a self. Now what kind of algorithm are we going to use for this is subset? Let's say count is equal to 0. I'm thinking what kind of algorithm to use. Okay, for I in self dot string 1, so if I in self dot string 2, right, then count plus equal to 1. Then if count is equal to, now let's just use something like return true, or return count is equal to the length of self dot string 1, like this. What are we getting? We got no errors. I think we still have one method to create, so let's create different. You can create some other method yourself, like creating symmetric difference and other stuff like that. So let's create different. Def difference, like this, and let's give this self. Then diff is equal to string. If you don't understand what is different is subset is union, intersection, go back to my set in Python. It is very easy to understand. Yeah, you just have to work with set in Python. It's a very useful course. So def different self diff is equal to an empty string. Now I'm gonna look through self.string1 right away. Then I'm gonna check if I not in I forgot to type in here. If I not in self.string2, then I can say diff plus equal to I, right? And let's return diff. Now let's say we've created a module. Now all we have to do now is just to instantiate this set class on that display, right? But we are not going to be instantiating this set class under of display because it is a module, right? So right click on your project. Let's create a new Python file. So let's call it app. Then we can import this set class in this app.py by typing import the name of the Python file which the set is. So import main like this. So we've imported main. Now we can instantiate this set class in this app. But let's do something like this. Instead of importing main, let's type from main import set, which is the name of the class set. Now let's instantiate this set. So let's say a is equal to, since we are taking a string1 and string2, we can also input a number but must be a string like this. So let's say 234 b is equal to, let's just open this number like this. You know, we have duplicate numbers and also we have numbers here, so let me just add 2 more, and let me say new set is equal to set, then a b. So string1 string2. Now I can print new set dot intersection. So let's run this code. Now my output is 234 because we have all the elements that is in A are also in B. So if I should clear this 4 off and run this code again, you're gonna get 2 3 because that is the intersection. Now let me copy this, paste it here, and input 234 here, and let's see what we're gonna get. Now we got 3 2 3, but we are working with set. Set does not accept duplicate value, so we have to go back to our main.py and fix that error by writing a method that we're going to use throughout all of this method that is going to remove duplicate values. So let's write that. Def remove duplicate like this, and just, you know, this is self, but we don't have to give this self because we want to use this method for all of these methods, right? So this remove duplicate must be a static method. So to identify a static method, you're going to be adding this annotation at static like this method. It already gave me the suggestion. So we have at static method. You see, this self is not colored now. It now looks like a real argument. So let's give this a string, right? Then I'm going to be looping through string, but the string that I'm going to be returning out should be new string, like this. So for I in string, if I not in new string, right? So we're going to say new string plus equal to I, then return new string. So this is a static method. Now we can go under all of this method and use that remove duplicate method. Self dot remove duplicate. As you already know, we are going to be using self to access every method in a class. So in this place also, let's add self dot remove duplicate like this. This subset doesn't need remove duplicate. Difference yap, we need to add to difference self dot remove dup. Now we are using this method, static method, to reconstruct all other methods, right? Now let's go back to our app.py and run this code. Now the output is 3, 2. It has already removed the duplicate value. Now let's check if it is subset A, B. Now we have false because A is not a subset of B, even though A has 4 in it. Now we see that all values of B are in A, right? But we are still going to get false because A comes first and we are working with subset unless we create a superset method. Let's create a superset method, and string 1 is going to change to string 2, string 2 is going to change to string 1. Shall we? So let's create that. Def is superset we're going to be using count again. Count is equal to 0 for I in self dot string 2 if I in self dot string 2, then count plus equal to 1. Count plus equal to 1. Here this should be string 1. Yep, because we're working with superset. Now let me return count is equal to len of string. Yeah, we have to use self. I used to forget that a lot. Self dot string 2. Now let's see what this is giving us. Indentation is not a multiple of 4. Yeah. So let's do this. Accurate. Now let me go back to my app.py and check is superset right away. So let's run this code. Now the output is true because A is a superset of B and B is a subset of A. So if I should say that new set2 is equal to set of BA and print is subset, right? Now we're gonna get true. Yeah, we got false. Why do we get false? Because I'm using new set again, so I have to use new set2, this variable. Now the output will be true. Now let me work for difference. Print new set dot difference, right? We have 175 because 175 is the difference of this set. Now looking at this set, we do not have 175 in this set. Let me input 5. Now let's run this. We have 17 because that is the difference of the set. Now let's print new set 2 dot difference, and let's see what the output is going to be. Now we got nothing because of the definition of difference. 234, all the scrappy numbers, and I think I created another method. No, I didn't. Yeah, I created for union. Now let's try for union. Print new set dot union by calling the method with the name. Now we have the union of this set, and the thing is, we can even return the sorted of this set, but our output is going to be in a list. So let me return the sorted of union. Now it has changed to list, which simply means that I can change this using .join method in Python, like this. Now let's run this code. Now we have the sorted of that list, so you can apply this to all other methods. So this is just all for methods in Python. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to receive new notifications.